Morning. Just having flown in now from Frankfurt, we truly appreciate it. Please do give him a warm round of applause. He'll be, of course, doing the landscaping and overseeing some of the sessions for today. Prof, we really appreciate you being here. A very good morning once more. My name is Ndishishi Mfungu. I will be your master of ceremony for today as we, of course, observe day 2 of this also important, that is, regional conference on information and communication rights in Africa. Now, we had a very interesting first day yesterday, and I think, many of us did take kindly to the first day of this particularly important event. And I just want to thank all of our speakers, all of our conveners from yesterday, and can we please give them a warm round of applause for their massive contributions here. Just perhaps a few house rules. You can also see Selma Moses, our sign language interpreter, this morning. Of course, just making sure the message does get across. First and foremost, let's please ensure that all our mobile devices are on silent, or you can put them on flight mode, even better. And if you're joining us via Zoom this morning, can we please ensure that, of course, you do use your real name. Do note that we're also streaming on a number of platforms. That's YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter under the name Fesmedia Africa. So do spread the word, repost, like, subscribe, and of course share and tag us under our hashtag for this particular important conference. Thank you so much once more for being here this morning. We truly appreciate it. I see Auntie Gwen also taking her seat there. Morning, Gwen. So of course it's day 2 of our important conference, and we have a number of activities lined up today. But before we get into those activities, perhaps just to provide a brief overview of what this particular day looks like. Of course, we'll be beginning with a recap of day 1. That will be done by the program manager at the Frederick Abbott Stiftung Namibia office. That's Dixon Kasote. I'm sure many of us know Dixon, and he's done such a phenomenal job in making sure that this conference does become a reality. Please give him a warm round of applause here. Our first activity will be led by Ms. Rehaina Masters, who will be overseeing a conversation, a fireside chat on Africa's gift to the world, APAI's global campaign for international recognition of the right to universal access to information. I see Ms. Rehaina here this morning. A very good morning, and thank you so much for being here. A warm round of applause to her, please. Of course, we'll also be having landscaping done by Mukelani Dimba on navigating the infodemic and post-truth era in Africa. And I see he's brought out his best outfit this morning as well. Where's Mukelani? There he is, with his white kandura over there. Dixon is always trying to make sure everything goes perfect, so that's the type of person he is. Furthermore, we'll have a coffee break, a tea break, and then we'll be followed by the breakaway sessions. 3 sessions in total taking place, one on misinformation and disinformation, what African solutions to the African problem can be provided. This will be done by our convener, Chris Roper. Chris, you're here? Fantastic. Please give him a warm round of applause. Of course, Isaac Minar will be convening the session on media regulation, credibility, and trust. And then we'll also have, a session on content regulation, freedom of expression, and harmful speech or online speech. So that's what you can look forward to in terms of our first activities for the day. I'll announce the rest as the day progresses. But for now, please put your hands together for Dixon Kasote, Program Manager at FES.
I have some loud voice, actually, I think. Good morning. Good morning. All right. So, welcome to day 2. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I think most of the times at events, the person who usually goes unrecognized or sometimes just unmentioned is the moderator. So you're doing a phenomenal job. Let us put our hands together for Mr. Ndishishi. Thank you so much. So yesterday was quite an eventful day. So exciting, the discussions were rich. We are so, I was just in awe to see a marketplace of ideas. It was really fantastic. We are really, really enjoying thoroughly this conference. So yesterday, I just want to talk about one aspect that stood out for me. During the session on where we discussed internet, the internet and digital platforms and technologies, I picked one point, so I would like to give over to anybody. Sorry if I just put you on the spot, so that we collectively talk about what was outstanding or what really spoke to our core beliefs or what was standing out for us as, experts or as simply people who believe that information and communication rights in Africa should be promoted, protected, and advanced. So we had a discussion around, I like the idea that Prof. Admayamare raised about what kind of imaginaries that we need to start thinking of so that we can come up with an alternative platforms. Alternative platforms that will ensure that we are not under hostage by big tech in Africa. What are we going to do? What kind of investments that we need to put in place so that we can, be free from some of the very, very problematic practices that are not advancing the rights, digital rights and other rights that we are supposed to be enjoying in digital spaces. So that was very outstanding for me. And again, related to that, what could we do to ensure that those who are in the corners of society and also digital society can be reached and be included? This includes people with disabilities, the elderly, rural communities. What can we do? What kind of discussions, what kind of investments we need to put in place so that they are included? That was very, very important to me. So I'm not going to talk too much. Let me hand over to the next person who's going to tell us what was outstanding for them and what you would maybe want what discussion points you'd like us to really go into a little bit, even as we proceed with the conference, even to talk outside, this plenary room, so that we can come up from this conference with a set of beliefs, a set of ideas that we can really implement to promote the rights. So I'll start with my dear sister here.
Oh my gosh.
There you go.
You really have put me on the spot. Good morning, everyone. My name is Caroline Katotowe from Zambia. And for me, what I would have loved to see and what I still want us to maybe form conversation around is how to help other countries that have not yet had their success when it comes to the ATI enactment of the law. For example, Zambia, we still have it in the pipeline. And for me, I'd like to hear more in terms of what it took to get to a point of having the state and obviously the civil society agree to enact the law, the ATI law. In Zambia, it has been a long journey. And so there are obviously grave concerns on the part of the state in terms of their reservations. We're making gradual progress, but I think it's long overdue. And for me, that is what I would really like to see stand out. We talked about implementation, which is really, really good, and we benefited from there. But I think it was a little forward for some of us, for our countries. I think basically that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very important point. I think with that also was the question of enforcement of ATI laws, not only implementation, but how do we enforce the laws? How many years since the first ATI law was adopted in Africa? Since in 2000. Only 26 African countries have ATI laws. Something needs to be done, and we are the force that could really ensure that something is being done in terms of adoption of progressive ATI laws, implementation, and enforcement. All right. Gilbert.
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, what stood out were issues around diversity, inclusion, and equity when it comes to access to information online. We noted that there are so many citizens who are excluded, especially people who are of low economic status, some women, youth, persons with disabilities, people who live in rural areas. So access to information online for them, it was noted, was a big challenge that needs identification and strategies to reach them. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilbert, for really impelling the message that I actually was. Oh, thank you for volunteering. Ah, yeah. You did not hear. Sorry, can I please ask you to speak a bit loud for the sake of our sign language interpreter? When you speak, try to be a bit loud so that it's clear for her. Okay, should I give you the mic? Okay. Sorry. Oh, she's going to be interpreting. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, I think I should. Should I give her the mic? Yeah. Yes. All right. I'm just going to, do randomly. Yeah. All right. So, but since we have done two, ma'am. Okay. Okay. Yeah. She can translate on mic. Oh. Thank you for putting it clear now. Sorry for that.
Okay. She's actually signing. Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday when I came, I was listening to what we were discussing, and mostly what I've taken is that access to information and the laws. Perhaps we have laws regarding access to information, but where I see us people with disability struggling is the fact that we are always marginalized and we are always excluded because we have got a minority language. Our language is a minority. We are not, most of the time when you see laws, they hardly talk about sign language or how us as deaf people can access that information. So there's a lot of text and a lot of content, but there's really no mention as to how us that use sign language are included. So for example, here in our country, Namibia, we have a superhighway, for instance, if I have to give a practical example. So for the hearing people, they normally have minutes and they can talk away their minutes. For me, if I subscribe to that product, I'm not able to actually utilize the minutes like the hearing people do. So many a times you realize you haven't used the minutes and then the hour expires after 7 days. So for us, we want to find out how people with disability can then access such products in a way that is inclusive. Yeah, that's my point.
Thank you so much. I think that's a very important point. Digital assistive technologies for inclusion for people with disabilities, with hearing impairments. How do we ensure that they're included? So I think this is a question of inclusivity and ensuring that we adopt assistive technologies for inclusion. So moving forward, I would like to give the mic to Hopo.
Thank you very much. This has been very interesting for me as somebody who's coming from Zimbabwe. About 2 decades ago, we had an access to information law that was put into place. And contrary to what we've been discussing yesterday and today, this law was actually used to muzzle newspapers, to muzzle journalists. Some were thrown into prison using this law. So it's very interesting for me because I've always argued, and this gathering is further buttressed my point, that there is a lot of intellectual talent on the continent to deal with these issues. And I'm surprised that each time our governments are trying to bring such laws into place, they go to Europe, they go to America to get consultants, and yet the talent is on the continent. So I think what is important is for us to see how we can make our governments understand that it's in the best interests of our nations, it's in the national interest of our countries to have laws that are able to facilitate the media, the journalists to do their work, and society to be able to interact with public affairs. Last night in Zimbabwe, a law was passed called the Patriotic Act. So it's going to make it difficult for people like myself to even say some of the things that I might have said during the sessions yesterday. You can't criticize the president anymore because they say it's unpatriotic to do so. You can't criticize government. If I'm seen drinking coffee with a Kenyan ambassador or Namibian ambassador, I can be thrown into prison because they will say that, according to the law, that I'm discussing things that put the state into jeopardy. So there's a lot of work to be done, but this gathering has given me confidence that the intellectual talent is there. We just have to find ways of interacting with the state actors. I think somebody said yesterday that these conversations are important, but for them to be impactful, we must engage with the state actors. They must be part of these conversations so that they understand that they are coming from a good place. We are not puppets of the West. We are not being sponsored to bring laws that are terrible to the existence of our states.
Thank you so much, Hopewell. How do we leverage and harness African talents to deal with African problems, and at the same time ensuring that state actors see that we are being sincere in our discussions and the efforts that we are trying to put forward to promote the rights? Daniel.
Thanks. I think what stood out for me yesterday was the range of laws and policies that already exist to address all of these different issues. I think we heard about the Declaration of Principles and about Part 4 and everything that's there. And I think it's interesting because it shifts the goal towards how can we operationalize these things as opposed to how can we just, get them enacted as policy. And I think it's interesting for me being able to hear from the people who've been here for a while, who've been doing this for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and to hear to what extent the conversations are different and to what extent they're the same, To what extent have we made progress and to what extent are we sitting around saying the same things while certain people aren't here? But yeah, that said, I'm really excited for today and to see how it goes. Thank you.
I feel the same way. To hear from those who have been doing this for the past decade, 2 decades, really looking forward to today. The last one, as I conclude, Isaac. So I'll go to another one after Isaac.
Thank you. I think that one of the key issues that came up early yesterday in Maxwell's overview was that we have a lot of instruments, but the problem is
well, I'm in charge of this thing. Please go ahead.
Oh, what's going on? No? We good? Fantastic. I want to run a quick exercise before we get into our first activity for the day. And it's interesting to hear, just how much experience we have in this room. You have people who've been in the media fraternity for 40 plus years. You've been people at the front of activism for 30 plus years. And Dixon, it makes me wonder, if you had to combine the experience in this room and come up with a figure, I can't begin to imagine what that figure is. But I want to run a quick exercise. I'm sure you guys do know broken telephone. I just want to know if all of our ears are working well this morning. So we're going to do a quick broken telephone going from your left to right. One person communicates, whispering in the person's next to them's ear. Please, you don't repeat yourself. You say it once. So from here, left to right. The people on the corner, I'm sorry, but a lot is on you. Starting here as well, from left to right. I see a few gaps, but feel free to walk over and, of course, inform the next person. So starting now, we're going to do it for 30 seconds quickly. People on the corner, on the left side, please just, whatever comes to mind, be it related to this conference or not, just say whatever you think, and then give it over to the next person here. Quickly. To exempt you guys because it doesn't qualify. Sir, what was the message that came from Commissioner Topsisona?
Artificial intelligence.
Is that correct? Aha! Please, a warm round of applause for this row. My good sir, what is the message that came from Miss Rihanna over there?
Today is a great day.
Is that correct? So our ears seem to be functioning well. Hope well, you're sitting with your own message, I guess. What was the initial message that came from that side?
Karibu Tanzania.
Is that correct? Asante sana. What did Dixon say over there?
Well, I'm not sure if I got it right, but something along technology.
Dixon, was it one word? I'd like to believe there should be more to that. No? Just technology. You guys are making it too easy. You guys are making it way too easy. So I'm going to rush over here to the other side. I see Aunt Zoe drinking water. I don't know if that message.
Thinking about what we're having for dinner.
Is that correct? All right, we're already thinking about dinner, hey? You guys, okay, you're part of it. Sir, what was the message that came from there?
This conference.
This conference. That's it. Mr. Dimba, what did you get from that side?
What is happening in Ghana today is like hunting people like animals.
Can you please repeat that for us? Is that correct? Uganda, not Ghana, hey? You see, broken telephone. Hey, I wonder where the message got lost. Theron, what did you get?
Africa is good.
I think that's inaccurate, eh? Not good, great. And Africa is indeed great. Thank you so much. I'd like to welcome to the fore Ms. Rihanna Masters. She's, of course, the moderator for this fireside chat on Africa's gift to the world, APAI's global campaign for international recognition of the right to universal access to information. And she will, of course, invite her esteemed panel. And I really look forward to this conversation. We just ask all panelists to please get up here and have a seat. And of course, Ms. Masters will be moderating this very important conversation. Please, a warm round of applause to her.
You think so? No, but then I'll have to be doing that. Good morning, everyone. I was just thinking whether we should have a minute of silence for Zimbabwe's Patriot Act, because it literally means the death of freedom of assembly, freedom of expression, freedom of, many things. But anyway, on that somber note, we'll start with something a little bit more encouraging, more enlightening. Maxwell, I don't have your gift of just being able to speak off the cuff, so I'll kind of keep looking at my script. I'm Rehana Masters. Today, I really have the pleasure of, having with me Guy Berger, Gilbert Sindukwa, Editor Nojo, and Zoe Titus, and we're going to be talking about the Universal Day for Access to Information. It's a journey that they were very much a part of, but there are many people in the audience who are part of this. And I would like to pay tribute to Henry Minor, Sadibu Marong, Mukelani Dimba, who are all part of that process. And yes, you may not be here physically, but I know you are all part of the journey. And Gabriel Baglo, yes, of course. How could I forget? And Naxon Chifare. So, yeah. If you want more detailed information on this story, you can get it at, in the publication, Pounding Pavements, Knocking on Doors, and it's available on the Africa Freedom of Information website or the Namibia Trust website. Is it available on MRA? Yeah, Media Rights Agenda website too. So, you can have a look through that. I wanted to, so Caroline, it's interesting, you brought up the point about access to information, because more than 2 decades ago, we were in Zambia, and that's where my journey around access to information and my sort of passion was ignited. And, it's so sad that Zambia hasn't enacted the Access to Information Act, despite the fact that the minister promised it would happen. And that was in the early 2000s, if I'm correct, yeah.
December 2001. And I believe you've got a June deadline, right? So, fingers crossed.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, this is a conversation, yeah? So please feel free to, put in your comments, We're quite happy to have that. It's not, we don't want it to be too formally structured. It's not often that we, on our African continent, get the time to celebrate our successes, and we certainly don't amplify or put out our victorious moments into the global arena, yeah? We tend to move on to the next step or the next pressing issue, and the hamster wheel of advocacy just continues turning. In fact, we hardly ever document the processes leading to that success. There are times when we have to take a moment and look back and reflect. So I'm thrilled to say we have given ourselves at this conference that moment, to right here, right now, to look back on our story. Tracing the journey to have the United Nations General Assembly proclaim 28 September as the International Day for Universal Access to Information is an excellent example of an African advocacy success story. And of course, my guests here today were part of that long and often challenging trek. The process took on its official character and form at the Pan-African Conference on Access to Information in Cape Town in 2011. I remember getting a call to assist with the coordination of the African Platform on Access to Information sometime in the 2000s. It was at the initial stages of the campaign to lobby UNESCO to have September 28 recognized as the International Day for Information, characteristics that not everyone has. So it's important for us to get a sense of what is involved, and we understand that it is a collaborative process. So Zoe, I'm going to start with you. Every year we celebrate IDUAI. Yeah? Over a decade later, what stood out for you? And as you talk about what stands out for you, you can also tell us about how the idea was born in the regional office of MISA, right here in Windhoek, another achievement for Namibia. And tell us where, what, when, and how.
Thanks, Rihanna. What stands out for me about September 28th is that there are so many people beyond the, initial, campaigners for this day that are very, very passionate about the issue of access to information and really, really do deeply understand the transformative power of that right to access to information. But, the most important thing for me really is that it was a civil society campaign that resonated with many, many others and showed the power of, uniting around one specific issue and focusing on one issue. And yeah, the understanding by funders that, policy advocacy is a long-term investment. And that if more such investments are made, then, we can have more successes. But so, you asked about the start. So, yesterday I spoke about, the pivotal or great importance that Namibia has as a center of, or catalyst of many conversations around freedom of expression, access to information, and so forth and so on. So it was also here in Namibia in 2009 that discussion started. To take you back, 1991, the Windhoek Declaration. And I must apologize. Gwen, you are in the room, and I know you're going to hate me for this, but I must say that we stand on the shoulders of giants. We have Gwen Lister in the room. If we talk about Namibia being the birthplace of the Windhoek Declaration, Gwen is the mother of the Windhoek Declaration. And then also played a year later a pivotal role in the establishment of MISA, who was established specifically to, implement the ideals of the Windhoek Declaration. But as advocates go, we're always developing new ideas and trying to improve on what is currently on the ground. So 10 years later, in preparation for the 10th anniversary of the Windhoek Declaration, the decision was taken to focus on the liberalization of the airwaves, because that was relatively silent, within the Windhoek Declaration itself. So, 2001, the African Charter on Broadcasting. In preparation then for the 20th anniversary of the Windhoek Declaration in 2011, discussions started in 2009. What is the next big issue? What is the next frontier? And as MISA could do, it convened partners and friends from throughout the continent, and there was a collective decision, consensus, that it is access to information. And that's where the journey began. And that was where the campaign, the Windhoek Plus 20 campaign started. The first consultation on a declaration around that was around Press Freedom Day in Windhoek, in Namibia, but the big moment was on the 19th of September 2011 at the Pan-African Conference on Access to Information in Cape Town, that the declaration was officially signed and passed.
Yeah, no, thanks. You've actually, set it up for the next question for Guy. So after that initial consultation process, UNESCO came in with gusto. What was it that caught the attention of UNESCO, and how did you then move it along as UNESCO?
Well, hello everybody. So I should admit that Zoe was my boss in 2011, and she hired me on behalf of the ACHPR people to help organize that conference, which was in Cape Town, and it was also done with Highway Africa, which was the project I was associated with at the time. And so at that, at the conference, there was obviously this declaration that called for a day, inspired by the fact that you had the World Press Freedom Day, thanks to Gwen and her people at the, so in fact you could say Gwen is the grandmother of of this call for an international day. And actually I hadn't joined UNESCO then, but Jean-Pierre Ilbedou, who is here, he was a great supporter of this. And I remember this committee met in Addis, and he was there, and we were pushing for some AU support for this International Day. So what was just interesting that the civil society had the 28th of September, which they called the Right to Know Day. And then partially from the UNESCO politics and partially from my experience with Highway Africa, we wanted to say a right is not enough. You also need access, because if you just have the right and no access, it's like a bit of an empty right. And of course, access without a right is a bit limited. So that's why when the name changed when it became officially a UNESCO day. So the mafia here came to Paris, and I was now in the Secretariat. So it's not me who makes decisions about recognizing days, it's member states. But I sort of conspired with them. I think they thought I was their sort of man on the inside, which I suppose I was to some extent. So, you know, I introduced some colleagues, and then this thing came, let's get an international day for universal access to information. And they went and saw the delegations, and, well, I hope they'll tell more. And it's also in this book that Rihanna was saying. But at the same time, what was interesting was that the, by the way, also UNESCO had organized a conference in Maputo in 2008 on the World Press Freedom Day. And that gave rise to the Maputo Declaration, which was freedom of expression, access to information, and empowerment of people. So already in UNESCO there was some interest in these issues. Anyway, just to show how some of these agendas were coming together. In 2015, the UN adopted this Sustainable Development Goals, and there was a lot of lobbying to get into this development agenda. It didn't end there. In 2016, Finland had held the UNESCO World Press Freedom Day. And they built on this SDG stuff, and they said, the slogan was, access to information and fundamental freedoms, this is your right. That was the, and I do remember Gwen being there to read the speech also of Jeanette Minnie, the late Jeanette Minnie, who is one of the people we should pay tribute to. Anyway, it was the other way around. Yes, sorry, it was the other way around, you're right. Yes, sorry, Jeanette Minnie read Gwen's speech because Gwen got caught in Frankfurt, I think. Anyway, the Finlandia Declaration was a very important thing. And the reason why I'm sort of just mentioning that is because this year, in fact last week, there was a recognition at UNESCO of the world's first freedom of information law, which was in Finland. And guess how many years ago it was? 267 years ago. 267 years ago. These people in Finland thought that was, and at the time they were part of Sweden. Anyway, so you've got that recognition now as part of World Heritage, that declaration. And by the way, the committee that agreed to recognize this 1766 decision, the committee, guess who's the secretary of that? A person well known to you, Faxon Banda. So I'm now retired from UNESCO, but Faxon Banda is your man, your inside man. And there's no reason why, actually, the documents of the Windhoek Declaration, the documents of the PKI, should not also become inscribed in this memory of the world. So that's what we should do now. Get this global recognition for this heritage, which you can see just played this, had such a globally catalytic effect.
Thanks, Guy. When we were envisaging this conversation, we didn't realize that, that all this would come out, because really it does give you such a sense of, the collaboration, the kind of, what starts off as a little idea, snowballs into so much more, and decades later, this legacy is still, living. And I think that's Africa's legacy. It really is a gift to the world. And now I'm going to turn to Edith and Gilbert, who've been there from the beginning and were there right at the end. And the publication that's online is actually titled after their very vigorous efforts, because I remember talking to Edith at one point, and he said, yeah, it was, and Gilbert, and they were talking about how it was pounding, they really pounded the pavements of New York and knocked on so many doors to make this happen. So, I'll start off with Edith and then on to Gilbert. What was it like for you, beginning to end? And I know it's a very long story, but if we can make it compact, I think the key things, and then, give us an insight into that kind of lobbying process. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Rihanna. Like you said, it's a long story, but I will try and keep it short. So I think the first thing was really the sheer size of the engagement we were taking on. As Guy said, it's the member states that made the decision. It's not the Secretariat. So when you consider the fact that for both UNESCO and the UN General Assembly, we had over 190 member states each to sort of engage and ensure that there was broad support. It was a bit scary, and we had these small delegations, partly because of funding challenges, but also something many of us would never consider, visas. A lot of these advocacy efforts were in Paris and in New York. And on each given occasion, it came down to who had a valid visa, because there was really no time to start applying for, visas. So it turns out that Gilbert and I pretty much often had valid Schengen and US visas, so we were regularly available to undertake the missions. But that was sort of how it broke up. We did UNESCO, and then later we did Paris. So just sort of looking at the challenges, and I think the funding issue is right on top of this, and we're really grateful to Fesmedia for the support, but I also think it's a challenge undertaking this kind of effort with a single donor, because it was a multi-year effort, began in 2012, and ended in 2019. And almost through all of this, Fesmedia funded all of the missions to Paris, and except for the last mission we did to New York, also all of the missions to New York. But even at the end, I think Fesmedia became exhausted, and we almost dropped the ball, because at the very last minute, they were no longer able to support the effort, and we had to turn to IFEX to provide the funding. So the funding issue is a big one, and because it's a long-term, multi-year effort, it's sort of difficult to stockpile money and say, okay, we've sorted out the funding, so let's face the other issues. Sort of went along with that. But the other issue was also process. I mean, many of us have a lot of experience of advocacy at the national level. And initially, in our minds, we were looking for big countries to sponsor. Getting big countries to put their names behind this thing was really challenging. In the end, we leaned on Liberia, perhaps one of the smallest countries you can find anywhere. But we had access. We were able to reach the president of Liberia. He wrote a letter to the ambassador to the UN and asked him to lead the effort. And Liberia jumped on it, and we helped to build support with other countries. So that was understanding the process, walking the process, and just following it through to the end. Was really a learning experience, and I think that it's perhaps, although we have some documentation, I don't think it tells the full story that would make it an advocacy manual. The last thing I would like to just talk about is the diversity of the coalition and the geopolitics of the whole issue. So, like I said, many of the missions were done by, I think Bukelani led the first mission to Paris, and then subsequently myself, Gilbert, and so on. Apart from one occasion, or two occasions, I think, when Sadibu was part of the delegation, we were always Anglophone-speaking delegates. And then you got to some missions, they don't want to speak English. It's either French or Portuguese. So those were apology sessions for our inability to speak French or Portuguese, except when Sadibu was there and then he took over the French speaking. A major country, for instance, was Brazil, because Brazil's position signals the whole of the Latin American group, how they should go. And we got to the mission to Brazil, and where is the Portuguese-speaking member of your delegation? And we started saying, well, MISA has members in Angola, in Mozambique, and so on. So there were those challenges, and I think that when we do advocacy at that level, we really need to pay attention to those sort of issues, because they can make a huge difference. In the end, the lead sponsor in UNESCO was the ambassador to Angola, and he didn't speak English. He spoke some French, but Portuguese was what he wanted to converse in. In the end, we managed to persuade him, and Sadibu was on that mission to converse with us in French. And then when he really got into it, he put a lot of effort into it. But I think the language problem, we really shouldn't take it lightly, because people, I mean, we talk about our countries, how ethnicity and language are big issues. At the international level, it's also a very significant issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Edith. An oversight on my part. I did not make reference to Malcolm Joseph, who's not here from SEMES, but he was a key figure in providing an entry point in terms of getting access to the Liberian, to the president and to the Liberian ambassador. And I'm sure Gilbert will be able to also touch on that story, because initially the ambassador knew very little about access to information, but with guidance from yourselves, I think he took on the issue with gusto. And also, the
access, and this is a contextual issue. All efforts to set up even one appointment before moving to the capitals were challenged, especially New York. All mails not responded to. You make telephone calls, and this is very late in the night in Kampala. In New York, it is morning. And you call and say, okay, it goes, of course, to the front office, say, oh, the person is not here, oh, can you write, and then we shall see who is appropriate for this. So we took a huge risk to go to New York without any confirmed appointments, which later on, according to the fund, and actually became fundamental, was a significant fact. They were seeing it as a risk that, you are going without any confirmed appointment. But thankfully, when we arrived on all occasions in New York, and you just send a WhatsApp, you make a call that I'm here, I'd like to meet with you, all of them would respond and set up time for you. So the need for flexibility in funding is very, very critical for campaigns of this nature. It's a different kind of project from those where you anticipate a response from way back in a distance. Now, the vision when we were starting this campaign was to have this day as a major platform to influence the passage and implementation of access to information laws at the time. Now, we get this day proclaimed, I believe it was October 2019, and we agreed, actually we discussed with UNESCO and the African Union that Africa should be the first host, and then we mobilize to make it a rallying point so that in that year we can try and get as many African countries to pass access to information laws as possible. Unfortunately, then COVID-19 came in, and we couldn't have this day the way we had anticipated for 2 years. So we lost momentum. You see, on the passage, there was big momentum. We thought that would continue and then influence the passage of these laws. Now, for 2 years of COVID have affected, and I think we are not at the momentum that we thought we would be at this moment. We have agreed with the African Union that next year, being 5 years since the passage of this resolution, we undertake a study, and then we have a Pan-African conference to discuss this, and we hope that through that we can build momentum to have the right impact that we should have, both on the passage of access to information laws, but their effective implementation.
Thank you. I'm going to take you back a little bit, Zoe and Gilbert. You know, Gilbert, you talked about momentum and we talked about mobilization. How did that process, you know, how do you mobilize stakeholders and, you know, get them to stay on course? And also, how do you sort of keep the momentum? Because it can wane. You're in different countries, in different places. You're trying to do your, you know, the work of your organization, your core mandate, and then there's this huge project which also demands attention but doesn't have as many resources. So maybe you could speak to that.
Yeah, that was a challenge, Rihanna, for sure. I think, firstly, what was very critical here was the commitment of everyone that came on board, the API working group, the commitment from individuals. At the same time, we were dealing with the executive directors of the individual institutions who were the decision makers in their own institutions. So it meant that decisions could be taken fast, that there were flexibility. One of the things that we did not acknowledge actually is that it is OSISA, now OSF, who was the very first funder that supported this. OSISA gave, let's say, the initial funding for the Pan-African Conference or the PACAI Conference, and has subsequently, especially in Southern Africa, been a major supporter of especially MISA national offices. So that the important thing is, in mentioning this, is that there was already, you know, synergy with some funders for future support. Yeah, and coordination. I think coordination was probably one of the biggest challenges. You know, a secretariat in Namibia trying to coordinate with people on the ground, running around Paris, also trying to call them and make sure that they are okay, that they are not too depressed, because these people were literally walking the pavements of Paris. I know, taking long walks down those pavements and knocking on doors where sometimes they were not responses. So those were the challenges, but underscoring all of this at the foundation, it was the commitment, the unwavering commitment that took this process forward. And I think it's that commitment that was then had synergy and was reflected in the kinds of responses that were received from policymakers, stakeholders, and that's how, you know, the momentum grew. And, AFIC had been doing this kind of work around access to information, you know, on the continent for many years, and so is Media Rights Agenda, ODAC at the time with Mukulani and other organizations. But MISA had its plan and was building its momentum, because for MISA at the time, and Mr. Chipari, you can confirm this, for MISA, this was a learning experience, and as this organization and convener in the region, it really helped change the institutions' framing and understanding of access to information. And for us, I think, in the region, that was a pivotal moment. And one of the reasons why, I mean, it's taken off in the region. I've talked a lot.
Yeah, you don't. I'm going to let you. Yeah.
So I think it's also important to talk about the kind of support those in the field had. Because for me, that was really very important. Gilbert talked about the challenge sometimes of going into the field without confirmed appointments. But we really had support from MISA and Fesmedia in, even though they were in Namibia, booking appointments with, national delegations and missions from there. And even whilst we were there, you can come out of a meeting, you put on your phone, and there's a message that you now have an appointment with so mission and so on. So I think that having that secretariat support and not being in the field and trying to set up appointments yourself is extremely helpful, because that really frees you to focus on the primary mission that you're on. So I really wanted to mention that, because it was amazing, the sort of support that was coming from Windhoek. And fortunately, both Fesmedia, the principal funder, and MISA, that was at that time the secretariat of the API working group, were both in Windhoek. So that also helped to build some synergy.
For me, I'm very keen on human moments, and they probably won't mention it, but when they talk about, support and, encouraging each other, at one time in New York, I understand Gilbert really had to hold the fort since, Edith was not feeling well, and, this constant communication, and that's the thing. These processes have those human moments, and we've got to acknowledge them and understand that, it's all part of a process. And, they had been walking the pavements. Edith was not feeling well. And, Gilbert was, I think, kind of trying to think, oh gosh, we've got to do this. And Edith never once gave up. Despite all of that, there was no sort of, I'm getting back on a plane, I'm going home. It was still like, yeah, what do we have to do next? And, Gilbert is sitting there thinking, do I tell his family? What do I do? So, there's all these things playing out at a personal level, and then there's a professional stuff to take care of. And as Zoe says, you've got to have staying power. And I think even the presence of the people who are in this process, in this room right now, Henry, Muklani, Sadibu, Gabrielle, Luxon, they have stayed so committed and passionate about the issue that they are still here and still relevant in that space and still looking to elevate their work. And talking about elevating their work, Gilbert, maybe you can talk about how, from pushing for this International Day, you've now taken your work to another level, and ensured that there's application of access to information.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me start maybe with the earlier question that you asked on mobilization, sustaining interest. Yeah, one of the things that the reality was that the decision makers were good diplomats, but not necessarily people who appreciated this issue, and yet we needed their understanding and decision. So we had to create awareness, their awareness of why that was important and why it was urgent that they take this decision. There was also another issue that in the missions, they had to seek approval from their capitals. So, therefore, we took it upon ourselves, apart from explaining, to be drafting communications. In some cases, also communicating directly with the capitals while engaging the missions. This is coming from the mission, and this is the context. And then to go for the affairs, then they go to mother ministries for a position. So it was, we needed to understand all these structures and being able to mobilize and build support so that we get a favorable decision that we wanted in the time we wanted it. So there were also those moments. Second, also, we would seek those that would get would get their support, would seek them to introduce us to their colleagues. And then we would have to draft their messages on events that we have organized with them. Would have to make sure that we draft the speeches, the statements, and those kinds of things, just to make sure that the right message is carried, and then we get the decisions and support that we needed. So those were some of the tactics that we used to, WHO, UNDP, UNICEF, UNESCO, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Information, all of us were there, and everyone speaking from their different perspectives. And that's very, very important, because when it comes to implementing the right information, different sectors, different stakeholders, different themes, they have to see it from their angle, and that is when progress is going to be realized. Point number 2, when this resolution was passed, there were 22 African countries. Now the number has risen to 27, not 26. Revise your number. So again, that is progress. Now we thought that would have many more countries pass this within maybe 5 years. But okay, 5 is good, but the momentum needs to be built so that by 2030 we have all the African Union member states adopt and implement these laws. So there's also that progress. And more fundamental, I'll maybe say a short story. We have, there's a government official called Moredu. He's a procurement officer in Mbare district, eastern Uganda. He said that before, they never used to respond to information requests, and they would frustrate people who make information requests for procurement information. But having been trained on what the law says and what is the value of disclosing information beyond the law, they started proactively disclosing this information and supporting people to get this information. Before, he said that they would kind of make people move in circles and get tired and give up. So to get someone who was sold to Paul today is a significant development. And you can read this information. When you go on our website, there's a document called, I'm forgetting the name. But it documents 7 case studies from Uganda, from Nigeria, from Kenya, and Malawi, and Ghana as well, on the experiences of people, both on the supply side and on the demand side, ordinary people with access to information, and how that has changed their lives. I think it's called Change Stories. That is the name of access to information.
Before I end, can I just ask each of the speakers to make one last point, that really, they can sort of leave the room with. Guy, I'll start with you.
So I think that all this was also very important because in this global system, there's this stuff called ODA, Official Development Assistance, and very little goes to information and media issues. But this is part of the push to increase that amount, because now these things are seen as part of development. And it's not just a civic right, it's about socio-economic rights. And I think that's important. And I think people can also push their governments to take part in this. UNESCO every year does a survey of implementation. And then you can use that to say, well, there's shortfalls. Either the government's not participating in the survey, or they have shortfalls in implementation, and now funding is needed to close that gap with the kind of success stories that Gilbert said. And I just want to say one last thing, one sentence here, that, people in Africa did World Press Freedom Day. People in Africa now did the UDEAI. Now, let's do it again. Because with this age of AI, artificial intelligence, access to data is like the big thing. and not just state data, but all the data held by the commercial retail sector, the mining sector, satellite companies, and big tech and the telcos. So let's do a access to data day.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think one of the key things that we have learned is that public officials, or let me say that that the main influencing factor of public institutions to disclose information is the capacity, not rather than the will. And we see that from all the data that we have analyzed from information requests and training and things like that. But then the investment in building the capacity of public institutions to disclose information, the capacity of the demand side, citizens being able to understand the right and make information requests, that investment is still very minimal. So I think the call for me, and out of this conference, is that there should be proper investment for public institutions to implement these laws, for citizens and civil society to make the right demands for information. Second, also, we see increasingly that the laws that are being passed most recently, the oversight is given more attention. There is provision for creation of information commissions and regulators. And with that, the laws are also very good. They provide some of the key things. Annual reports by these institutions, they need to build awareness and also enforce the law and things like that. But we find that they are not doing 20% of what the law says they should do, including basic things as filing annual reports to parliaments. Again, there is a need to invest in these information commissions, information regulators, to perform their mandate. And when they do that, you are going to see the landscape for implementation grow stronger. And with that also improved service delivery, improved value for money on the things that the governments are paying for. So I think that would be my second recommendation for this conference. Thank you.
Very quickly, Gilbert says that momentum is not where we expected it to be, and clearly that is true. But not to make excuses, I think we also have to remember that COVID happened. This resolution was adopted at the end of 2019. Early in 2020, COVID hit, and for over 2 years, we were sort of in lockdown mode. It is now behind us, and I think that things are opening up again. So we really now need to seize this moment and set for ourselves some ambitious goals that we want to achieve over the next couple of years or so. But let's not be too harsh on ourselves that we're not where we had hoped to be. I think COVID was really one unexpected blow that struck all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I remain very mindful of the challenges of implementation, enforcement of access to information laws, and that's something that we really need to look into. But to bring it down to a personal level, we talk about policy and policy advocacy and laws and parliamentarians and all these things, but access to information is a very personal thing. Unless a person experiences the impact on access to information in his or her own life, how that has impacted him or her from a socioeconomic, political, or whatever perspective, then we are just people on a podium talking about nice stuff. And that is really where we need to get back to. Yes, the policy advocacy needs to happen, but this has to become a reality for people. And that is the challenge that we face, I think, in our region, in Namibia. I hope that we will be able to add to some really good case studies, because implementation is starting slowly. but our biggest challenge is to create the demand amongst Namibians, or create the capacity amongst Namibians to demand that information, and the capacity on the other side of the implementers to, release that information. It's a learning curve for us. It's a learning curve for many countries in Africa, and here we collectively can be part of that.
Gilbert, Guy, Edith, and Zoe, thank you for joining me in telling the story of Africa's gift to the world. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sorry, such an insightful conversation that it warrants a bit more time. I want to ask the House if we can forego our tea and coffee break and just engage our audience a bit. What do we say? Is that okay? Then we can take a couple of questions and just engage our panelists. Is that okay? So there is consensus on that. Fantastic. Thank you so much to our panelists. Please remain seated. We'll take a couple of questions and then, of course, continue engaging for about 10, 15 minutes or so. We already have 1 or 2 questions. Great. So please keep your contributions very brief for the sake of time so that our panelists can get to it.
Okay, thank you so much. My name again is Caroline Katotowe. I'm Executive Director for Center for Policy Dialogue from Zambia. I have a question for, before I go into it, I would like to just thank you for the insightful discussion. Very, very progressive indeed, because it's futuristic. It's giving a historical and also the way forward and where we're going. My question is for Mr. Gilbert Sendungwa. You mentioned that there's been some progress from in terms of the numbers of countries that are on board with the ATI law from 22 to 27. My question is, from a policy advocacy angle, what are some of the strategies that you're employing to ensure that more governments come on board? Because I think as civil society, we've been advancing from a position of this is more beneficial to the society, but if anything, it is absolutely beneficial to the governments, the African governments, that the enactment of the ATI law is achieved. Why I say so is in this era of digitalization and social media, there's a lot of misinformation, and some of that misinformation is coming in to fill up a gap because the government is not providing the general populace with the right information. So in the absence of government stepping up and giving access to information, we have opportunists taking advantage of this and disseminating misinformation, which can be very disruptive for many societies. So what is your advocacy, policy advocacy strategy in ensuring that you have more governments on board? Thank you.
Mr. Gilbert, is that clear? Fantastic. We'll take 2 more questions and give our panelists a chance to respond.
Thank you very much. I think Edith doesn't like it, but let me do it. You know, when I listen to all of you, Edith and Guy I have known for a while. In the case of Ghana, Edith, you never claim credit for your work. But I can tell you that when we started, it was the work you had done with Maxwell that inspired us. When the story is told, you may not see your name, but I say this here. And the reason why this is important to me is that there are things that all of you start small, but you don't see the impact that you make on others. Maybe because you not get the feedback.
The right of access to information. We also need to create capacitate the demand side, which I think is very important because this right is meant to, assist or help everybody, including, the general person, and take the conversation beyond what we are doing right now. What are some of those strategies that we can use to actually make sure that everybody understands that they have a right of access to information so that when the need arises, they can demand or make a request on access to information or demand certain kinds of information to be proactively disclosed? How can we stimulate the demand side of it? if we look at, give an example of the promotion, the PAIA in South Africa. How many years has that legislation been in existence? If we ask our brother here, Mugelani from the Information Regulator, can I go to Tembisa and ask people about PAIA and get a response that people are aware of PAIA and are aware of how to use it, or are aware of their right of access to information, to the extent that when that right is violated, they know what measures they can take to get a remedy. And when it comes to the duty bearers as well, if you go to government departments or those that hold the information in trust for the public, are they aware of that obligation, of that responsibility? That's the information that somebody has on a database or on a computer. They are holding it in trust for the public, so that when somebody goes to request for information, they don't behave as if they are doing them a favor by giving them that kind of information. How can we capacitate the duty bearers, and also how can we capacitate the rights holders?
Thank you very much. We'll take 2 more questions, and then we'll allow our panel to revert or respond to those here.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ekene from Nigeria. Mine is not, I think it's a question, but not so much a question, right? So I'm wondering why, or whether the team had invested in documentation to tell these stories. Because I sit here and I listen to a wealth of experiences of the things you've done, of work you've done, of things that should sound interesting. Okay. So I sit here and I'm thinking of the amount of work and experiences you've gathered doing this work that you could actually put out there, that people who are then trying to do similar things at maybe smaller level could see those challenges you faced, how you were able to surmount them, and then try to learn from the work you've done and not try to reinvent the wheel. Because we young people, right, we think that because we have so much energy and power, that's all you need, right? And increasingly we do know that energy and power is very important, but we also need to have these experiences that people have passed through, so that then you don't go trying things that you definitely fall into this pit if you try to do the same thing. So why not do it this other way? Because people have also actually done it the way you've done. I'm wondering why you've invested in documentation as a way of storytelling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last contribution.
Thank you very much. My name is Lydia from UNESCO, Liaison Office to the African Union. I have 2 points, not really a question. The first point, Zoe, I would like to see a small Zoe tagging along with you as you do this policy advocacy, because what we see, and for the longest I've been in UNESCO, 25 years, I've seen all of you in all these spaces and doing great work. And my big question is, when you exit this stage, this platform, do we have young, upcoming activists, advocacy groups, and media people that can do the same? So we would like you to start a mentorship, twinning program for the same thing that you do. The second point, and I want to concur with my brother from Ghana. In African Union, they have different mechanisms, and I want to reiterate this. If we want to engage the state actors directly, there is what we call the Specialized Technical Committee. And the one that deals with access to information and freedom of expression is coming up. In fact, it was meant to be in July. It may be in October. There's a session called Expert Session. Could we work with you to have an expert session where now you can engage the ministers and all the government officials that really deal with access to information and freedom of expression issues in Africa. Maybe this could be a recommendation you could take forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now hand over to our panel. We please ask that you keep it very brief and just choose the meatiest part of the bone. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Caroline from Zambia. It is true that the campaign in Zambia and other countries has been on for a very long time. I remember in June 2010, I was in Zambia to meet with the minister, Lieutenant General Ronnie Shikapansha, about that draft bill. And one of the things he told me was that the government of Zambia was very committed, but they were being held back by the World Bank, who took the bill to review, and the bank had delayed to give them a response. So I wrote to the bank thanking them for the support, but also, reminding them that government is eagerly waiting to get their response, their feedback on the bill so that it can be passed quickly. It turns out that the bank had actually provided the government with its comments months back. And then we arranged a meeting, and I remember with Mukerani we came to facilitate conversations around this. But also on that, there was also another contextual issue, a very difficult relationship between civil society and government actors, but also a very strong misunderstanding of governments about this bill. They thought that it was a bill that would empower media to harm government, those kinds of things. So this campaign has been very long overdue, and successive governments have been promising, like as was the case in Ghana, that when we come in, this is going to be our first bill to pass, but it never happens. Our most recent engagement with the government was our letter to the president in February this year, asking him to ensure that his government passes this law before the Democracy Summit, because Zambia was the only co-host of the Democracy Summit that did not have an access to information law. And also to remind him that democracy and access to information go together. And so we urged him to ensure that that is done. They told us that by June this year, it would be passed. So we are waiting, and we shall be reminding and following up on that communication to the president. Now, what are some of the things, strategies that can be done or have been used to promote the passage of access to information legislations? You need active, informed, and engaged group of citizens at the national level, civil society organizations who prioritize this and engage government on a regular basis on this issue. I was in Zambia last year again to support campaigns around this, and thank you, Fesmedia, for supporting me to come and engage. At that time, the focus was on strengthening the provisions of the law, of the draft bill, so that it's a good bill, but also to stress the urgency. So I think if the recommendations that we gave and the recent commitments that we have received are implemented, then Zambia should soon get a law, but also a good, strong access to information legislation in Zambia. So besides a strong civil society group, you need to have timely access to information on draft bills, review them, and provide comments in a timely manner. Why this is important? Once something is not in, sometimes it gets difficult to get it in. So that's why we say that as the bill is being drafted, before it comes to Parliament, we make sure that as much as possible everything is there. But also when our public consultations are taking place in Parliament, to make input for things that people inside may not have included. You need awareness and understanding of decision makers. Why is this so important? First, we have been framing around the issue of obligations. You are state parties to these treaties, you have signed, you have ratified, so this is important. But also, our messaging has been around beyond the obligations. Why is it important for governments to pass these laws? You know, you need to build trust, you need to be trusted by citizens and those kinds of things. So that is also very, very critical. Also complementing with regional and international processes. Our shadow reports to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, UPR processes, we always, you know, bring out these issues, both whether a country has adopted or is challenged with implementation. We raise that, but also make sure that the people are going to be engaging with these shadow reports understand the context and the urgency of their recommendation in that regard. One of the key things is that we've been very successful in actually influencing communications from these treaty bodies and mechanisms, but then the awareness of their decisions, their recommendations at the national level has not been as strong as they should, because most of the time there's need for budget for civil society in the country to have meetings, to have radio programs and things like that, to raise awareness, to influence government at that level. One of the other key things we have used, for example, in Ghana, was to organize, with support from the World Bank, a promotional mission by the Special Rapporteur. And with that, we're able to meet with the President, with the Speaker of Parliament, with key people who mattered to make this message of urgency. So what I'm saying is that for each country, you need to have a strategy that looks at inside, who has to make a decision, outside, who has an interest, and what support that is needed for them to support this work. And I think like the cases I've provided, the World Bank has been good. The African Union has also been very good. We have made promotional visits. We have asked them to sign some of the documents, letters, asking governments to make progress on some of these things. So those are some examples of some of the things that could be done. Now, on the question of Ghana, I think it was a question of, not a comment, I think it was a comment, not a question. Yes. So, yes, that's true that sometimes celebrating success brings new energy. So I think taking recognition of some of the wins in countries like Ghana, where this campaign had taken so long, is helpful to rebuild the energy and make these efforts. And then finally, Lydia, your recommendation and invitation is good. I think it would be good if we could engage this expert meeting at the African Union on this important issue. Thank you very much. My colleagues were harassing me here, but...
Mr. Gilbert, you exhausted your time, over-exhausted.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Yes, we'll just ask that the other panelists just briefly, to anything that came from the audience, if you could just briefly respond to that, please. We'd appreciate it. 1 minute max, please. Yeah.
Lydia, we have spoken about a mentorship program, and I think we should formalize that. Klengu, we're on the issue of, the demand and supply side. That is also context specific. In terms of, progress made in that respect, I think you know that it really is civil society organizations that have been the drivers nationally behind that. And in the case of South Africa, the media would possibly say that this law was not working for them. Henry and I had this discussion last night, but it takes time and it takes expertise, and it's very few organizations like Amamungane, for example, and ACHPR or others that have really, really used PIA very well in South Africa. It requires, some level of expertise. We have responsibility to do that, and it's like coalitions in Namibia, for example, who has done this work with very little resources, and also just purely because of a commitment on the part of the people involved. That is required. An important thing that I do want to note, and I think, Gilbert, you've alluded to this, the Access to Information campaign, or what it will look like in a particular country, is very context specific. It requires a strategy based on different interests, actors inside and outside. One of the things that I think we have been very, in Namibia, we can really say that we have friends and partners outside of Namibia that we could call on at any given point to say, Gilbert, have a look at this law. Henry, give comment on this. So your Access to Information campaign is not just a national campaign. And you must lean on those who can support it.
Thank you. George, thanks a lot for your very kind comments. I think it's very basic in advocacy that if your goal is taking credit, you probably would not be successful. And I think Mukelani, Gilbert, and so on would remember how we struggled about mediating the situation in Sierra Leone, where there was so much division with everybody wanting to take credit for whatever was going on there. So it can be very problematic. I think if you are looking for credit, then perhaps forget the outcome. But if you really want a positive outcome, you have to forgo the credit. It's true that we need to build multi-stakeholder relationships. I think that's very possible at the national level. But when you are doing advocacy at the international level, there is a limit to what you can do by yourself. The API working group was a group of 9 African organizations, so that's a very limited ability. But we then tapped into global networks that we belong to, IFEX, GFMD, and so on, and requested them to support our campaign. So in their respective countries, members reached out to their governments to support the campaign. So that was how we sort of brought in a global pressure to bear on the process, but we couldn't reach all of the capitals ourselves. That just wasn't realistic. I think, just to say that, yes, we very much appreciate the value of documentation. We've done an initial publication, but there are a lot more stories that can be told, but beyond the stories, even just developing the advocacy strategies so that there are also learning documents for others who may want to, be guided by our challenges as well as our successes. And finally, Lydia, obviously, the expert session, I think, is very much welcome. I think the mentoring is also very important, but we need to encourage the young people to step forward to be mentored. We can't go drag them from wherever they are and say, I want to mentor you, please come. Thank you very much.
I think that's it. Please give a warm round of applause to our panel. And of course, our wonderful moderator, that's Ms. Rehana Masters. Thank you so much once more. And have you guys seen what the West Africans look like this morning? Huh? Have you guys seen what they look like? Can we please ask all our West Africans just to quickly get up? I see Mr. Ojo is there in his very purple, beautiful attire. Maxwell doesn't even want to sit down. He's scared of getting the outfit wrinkled, eh? Thank you all so much. We truly appreciate. Of course, there's a lot happening outside as well, as far as this conference is concerned. We do have a little creative corner immediately as you step out of the conference room here. And we'd like to hear from you guys, in terms of your experiences so far, compliments, messages of appreciation, you name it. And then, of course, stick those onto our canvas, and we will certainly cement some memories from this very important conference. Interestingly enough, also just going back to this panel discussion, we also have a publication here. It's titled Pounding Pavements, Knocking on Doors. And 4 of our panelists were actually part of the editorial committee of this publication. Of course, API and FES collaborating to this effect. And you can get yourself a copy outside here. Please do make sure that you get yourself one. We move on, of course, with the events, but before we do that, Namibia is known for a number of things. I've been bragging about the beef. I hope that you guys do get to the beef. I really hope that you guys get to the beef, yeah? But we also have some of the most beautiful women on the planet. And in our midst today is a Miss Namibia finalist. Her name is Jamila Wiras. Jamila, can you please just rise so that they can see what I'm talking about? Look at her, eh? Jamila, you wanna say hi to our audience, just briefly? Of course, Jamila is taking part in Miss Namibia, which is slated for this month, am I right?
Next month. My name is Jamila Wiras. I'm invited here by one of the best mentors in the world, Mr. Ricardo Huajosep. I'm not really educated around information and communication, but now I'm really interested in knowing more about everything. I am also a youth activist. So I forgot the gentleman's name. You do not have to drag us for mentorship. We will definitely come. I strongly believe that the youth is the future, and I'd like to ensure that we are all equipped with the necessary skills and knowledge and have the best and greatest opportunities to make sure that we become the greatest leaders. So I will share most of the information that I pick up today on all social media platforms, and I will make contact with my mentor so that he can then communicate with the people that were on the podium earlier so that we ensure that everyone else gets the necessary mentorship. This is a great platform for us. So thank you so much.
That's right. I see my brothers from West Africa, they're already saying we are taking her back to our country. Eh? But please, gentlemen, a warm round of applause once more for Jamila Wiras here. Of course, we continue with matters right here this morning. I see our next speaker who will be providing the landscaping is ready. Mr. Mukelani. Of course, he will be providing the landscaping on the navigating the infodemic and post-truth era in Africa, looking at intersectional issues and holistic approaches to access to information, freedom of expression, as well as digital rights. Please give a warm round of applause here.
Okay, give it up for the outfit. I'm trying to fight back. There's a West African onslaught in manner of dress. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Goeiemorgen, dames en heren. Goedemorgen, shikamoni. Santi. Bonjour tout le monde. My name is Mukelani Temba. I'm here representing the Information Regulator of South Africa. The Information Regulator is an oversight authority on access to information and data protection in South Africa. We are a statutory body that is established in terms of Section 39 of the Protection of Personal Information Act. We are subject only to the law and the Constitution. We report directly to the National Assembly, But most importantly, we are a direct result of civil society's campaign and advocacy work on enhancing the information rights legal framework in South Africa. So I'm quite honored to represent this institution, which is a testimony to the hard efforts of South African civil society in making, at the time, our Access to Information Act work as it should. I would like to thank FES Media for being a loyal supporter of civil society's efforts in advancing access to information on the African continent. A lot of what you heard about this morning would not have been achieved had it not been for FES Media being there to walk with us all the way. I've been asked to moderate a session that will look at the infodemic and the post-truth era in Africa. It's a very timely discussion to have, given the fact that increasingly the majority of our people are relying now on social media for access to information, for news, more so than they are relying on traditional media and the press. But perhaps we need to define certain basic concepts. I don't want to make an assumption that we all have a common understanding of what the infodemic is or the post-truth era. So a few months after the COVID-19 pandemic was declared by the World Health Organization, the WHO warned about what it referred to at the time as a massive infodemic that will accompany the COVID-19 pandemic. So that is WHO, they described the infodemic as an overabundance of accurate and inaccurate information about the pandemic, thus making it hard for people to find trustworthy sources and reliable guidance. So the aspects of the infodemic at the time included rapid spreading of false information, misinformation, rumors, and myths about prevention and cures to COVID-19. I want to quote directly what the WHO's Director General, Dr. Ghebreyesus, said when he spoke on the issue of the infodemic. He said, people must have access to accurate information to protect themselves and others. While the virus spreads, misinformation makes the job of our heroic health workers even harder. It is diverting the attention of decision makers, causing confusion, and spreading fear to the general public. At WHO, we are not just battling the virus, we are also battling the trolls and conspiracy theorists that push misinformation and undermine the outbreak response. Now, this may have been referring to the responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. But I think this warning can apply to any facet of our life right now, whether you're looking at the discourse we are having on immigration, the discourses we are having on protection of the rights of vulnerable and marginalized groups, discourses around electoral participation. What Dr. Ghebreyesus was saying can be applicable to any of those things. The infodemic is making it difficult to have real and meaningful conversations on any of these things that I've mentioned above. On the other hand, the post-truth era refers to a political and cultural phenomenon whereby personal views, beliefs, and motives, they hold much more weight than objective facts. So in the post-truth era, truth is often subverted by propaganda, by misinformation and fake news, which are, again, rapidly disseminated through social media and other online platforms. So what this does is that it leads to a situation where individuals and groups create their own realities outside what is true to a reasonable human being. And they make decisions based on personal preferences rather than verifiable evidence. This is a basic character of the post-truth era. So the infodemic and the post-truth phenomenon are continuing to make it very difficult for people to distinguish between what is true and what isn't, to distinguish between what are facts and what is propaganda or misinformation. And these phenomena have been exacerbated, as I said, by, firstly, it was the COVID-19 pandemic, but also we are seeing the rise of the alt-right political movements. We are seeing the rise of illiberal government tendencies or illiberal tendencies within government. All of these are making it even more difficult for the ordinary citizen, ordinary member of the public to really tell what is true and what isn't. And this causes a lot of harm, obviously. So generally, the infodemic and the post-truth era pose these types of challenges that I have articulated. However, on the African continent, we have even peculiar challenges that we have to grapple with as we deal with this matter. So in the sessions that you're going to be part of after my input, we are going to explore some of these challenges that relate specifically to the African context, but also begin to tease out what could be the likely solutions to those challenges. Very soon, the conveners are going to take you through a process of exploring those challenges and coming up with potential solutions. However, before I hand you over to the conveners, I would like to share some initial thoughts that I have on what could be the challenges and what could be the solutions. I think, on the whole, there are about 4 challenges that we need to grapple with and 4 potential solutions. Firstly, the main challenge that we have is limited access to reliable information on the African continent. In most parts of Africa, there is very limited access to the internet and reliable sources of information. And you find that people, more often than not, rely on the word of mouth, they rely on social media to access information. But the difficulty is that these sources are hardly ever reliable. This circumstance is also not helped by the fact that still a number of African countries have not adopted access to information laws, which some of them encourage proactive disclosure of accurate information. We heard yesterday that only about a half of African countries have adopted access to information laws. But even those that have adopted, the 26 that have adopted access to information laws, a number of those laws are being poorly implemented as a result of lack of resources, as a result of the fact that in some of these countries you don't have oversight bodies, you don't have institutional champions of the law. A few countries, you simply have the Ministry of Information, for example, as the administrator of the law, but you don't have an institutional champion, such as an information commission. I think of the 26 countries, Gilbert and others will correct me, but of the 26 countries that have adopted access to information laws, only 14 have some kind of an oversight structure, either an information commission or an ombuds that has been allocated the responsibility to play oversight or exercise oversight on the implementation of the legislation. So there's a big challenge there. The second challenge relates to low levels of digital literacy. There are still very low levels of digital literacy skills on the continent, and this limits the ability of ordinary people and citizens to make the necessary determinations as they navigate online spaces on the African continent. The lack of digital literacy skills means that people by and large are vulnerable to whatever they receive, or whatever they receive from their friends, from their groups, through online platforms. They receive that as the truth without the means to verify whether or not the information they've received is accurate. There's also a challenge of language barriers on the continent. We are a continent blessed with thousands of languages. However, information, especially if official information, is only disseminated in official languages, which are predominantly French, Portuguese, Arabic and English. And these are languages of the cities and the urban areas. The sooner you move out of those urban areas, you find that people are not able to receive information that they need because it is disseminated in languages that are not predominant in those rural areas or isolated areas. The last challenge I would like to propose is the issue of political polarization. We are seeing growing political polarization on the continent, and this leads to the spread of misinformation and propaganda. And it also leads to a lack of trust in traditional or mainstream media as sources of information, simply because then the media, traditional media, are then suspected to be captured or suspected to be biased in one way or the other. So what could be the potential solutions? Firstly, I think technology is going to be a major, shall I stop or do I have 5 minutes? I just saw that. 5 minutes, okay, that's fine. I think technology is one of the potential solutions to the issue of dealing with the pandemic and in the post-truth era. We need to be able to develop digital literacy programs, and I'm quite glad that William will share with us in one of the groups some of the work that they have done as MMA in improving digital literacy through projects such as, I think, the Web Rangers and others. We are also starting to see the usage of fact-checking and verification tools. I think Africa Check is one of those solutions that have been put forward to enable people to identify misinformation and propaganda and verify the accuracy of the information that they have received. I would like to talk about the controversial solution of regulation of digital platforms. It's a debate that we need to have. In this group, I'm sure no one is going to be a champion of any form of regulation because it is subject to abuse and misuse. But it cannot be that digital platforms are allowed to continue to operate the way they are operating right now. I will urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to listen to a podcast called Flipping the Bird, Elon Musk versus Twitter. And it's scary how a single individual can control, at a whim, a critical platform such as Twitter, which influences a lot, billions of people are on Twitter, and that's their means of accessing information. Yet the person at the helm is not subject to any kind of accountability. So we need to discuss the issue of regulation of digital platforms. Most of us will prefer self-regulation. Most of us will prefer things such as some kind of global guidelines on digital platforms. But the situation we have right now, I believe, is untenable. I will move quickly to strategic litigation as a potential solution. It must be possible to hold accountable individuals that are spreading misinformation and disinformation. But of course, you don't want to implement mechanisms that then shut down on free flow of information or freedom of expression. But we also need to be able to challenge laws that facilitate the spreading of misinformation. And I think strategic litigation becomes a critical tool that we have to be able to respond to this challenge of the infodemic and growing practices of misinformation and disinformation. Just quickly going through my notes before I get in trouble with the moderator. But these are some of the issues that we need to discuss in our groups as we break our way and tease out the challenges and some of the solutions. From my perspective, I think the conversation is an important conversation to have, and we need to have an honest conversation around how we respond to this. We should not be afraid to propose mechanisms, propose regulations, propose policies that can help to push back against this phenomena or these phenomena without compromising the gains that we've made in terms of freedom of expression and the free flow of information. So those are some of the thoughts that I wanted to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, as you break into those three groups and you go into more depth in terms of what needs to be done. I think this conference is a very timely conference to have, because, as I said, there was a conversation that took place in Paris earlier this year on this issue, particularly on the issue of regulation. I would be very interested to get insights from the House, from this group, on the issue of regulation of digital platforms. Is it something that we are keen on? If yes, what kind of regulation would it be? Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
So you do have 15 minutes for engagements. That was just for your input. So you can choose to either use it now, or we can break for the sessions and then combine the feedback plus the input with the 15 minutes for engagements. Which would work best for you? Would you like to get some engagements right now?
Seeing as we haven't had tea, Mr. I would propose that we break for tea and then we take engagement as part of the breakaway sessions.
Fantastic, great. Yeah. So we'll break now for our 3 sessions. Once more, please give it up to Mr. Mukelani Dimba for that wonderful landscape again. Great, so we'll break now. We have 3 sessions, one on misinformation and disinformation. This will be convened by Chris Roper. Chris, you're here. Fantastic. Chris will be in Oryx 5. That's the room across the registration point. So if you've signed up for that particular session, that's where you belong. The second group, this will be convened by Isaac Minar on media regulation, credibility, and trust, right next door. And then lastly, the session on content regulation, freedom of expression, and harmful speech online will be convened by Nomshado Nkosinkulu from Media Monitoring Africa, and that will take place here. So yes, please do enjoy the sessions. If you can maybe grab a quick cup of tea or coffee and just head into your session, that would be appreciated so that we make up for time. Thank you so much and enjoy.
So I'm going to just give a quick overview and then come up with what we thought we actually agreed on something at the end. And then in the discussion, if any of the colleagues want to add, they're welcome to do so. We looked at the three main kinds of media regulation, namely totally independent, set up by industry. Secondly, and noting, by the way, that the cost of running those systems would often make it quite difficult for them to operate in many African countries. Secondly, the government sanctioned and often sponsored bodies, so laws put in place that makes provision for a media council of some sorts, usually mostly driven by the media, but with government input and salaries from government and so on. And thirdly, just straight media regulation by government. And then there are also many other media regulation or related laws often, whether it's about fake news or whatever, that will have an impact or could have an impact on media freedom in some or other way. We also acknowledge that some of the reform that's necessary in many African countries is a need to fully move from platform regulation to content regulation. And that they often different things, seeing that just about all media organizations publish across platforms. So therefore the focus should be on content irrespective of the platform. We touched on, even though the regulation should move to content regulation, that the key elements of the regulation in terms of content should remain: how news gathering is done, ethics and standards around verification of content, a trusted body and process acting in the interest of media and society. But that this kind of system cannot exist alone. It exists in a media ecosystem which include regulation or legal routes, depending on the veracity of the issue, and also underpinned by information and media literacy. But that whatever system is implemented in a country could be very different because of the different legislative systems, different societal expectations, etc. So what we eventually settled for is the following. That all public bodies which exercise powers in print, broadcast, and other media that receive complaints from the public are independent, transparent, effectively functioning in law and in practice. They should be protected from undue interference, particularly of a political or commercial nature. The legal status of these bodies should be clearly defined, and the institutional autonomy and independence guaranteed and protected by law. This should include a participatory and transparent appointment process for the governance and senior managerial structures of these bodies, the ability to employ their own qualified staff, and a clear mandate and power of regulation, as well as public accountability and adequate funding. Now, what I read here, I'm sure many of you thought you've seen it somewhere. And you're right, because it is one of the recommendations in this year's joint declaration by Special Rapporteurs on Freedom of Expression, issued on World Press Freedom Day, also endorsed by the African Special Rapporteur. And we thought that it is actually a very balanced recommendation that would cover just about every African country, and that it is a clear, clearly set out what should be done, and that from here it can be set as one of the resolutions of this conference as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isaac. Let me open it up to you, ladies and gentlemen, for comments or questions to the group. Do we have any comments for Isaac's group? Seribu. Can we have the microphone, please, this side of the room? Microphone. On my left, at the front.
Okay, thank you. One comment quickly from my side. I fully agree with what the group has reported extensively, and but I would like to insist on something to me which is extremely important in the African context, in many of our countries, in relation to media regulation, and in relation also to media regulation bodies. What we have, we can see here and there, and in many countries, how some bodies, despite the fact that there are some independent people coming either from journalistic fraternity, coming either from the civil society, but some bodies are still submitted to the authorities, and this is extremely dangerous to my view in terms of composition. For example, if we can see in some countries, for example, when the major regulatory body has 9 members, nearly 4 members come from the authorities. For example, the President of the Republic has the possibility to choose 1 member. The Parliament, sometimes the Prime Minister, and finally we reach a situation where it will be quite difficult, for example, for civil society, for independent people in there to have the majority in terms when they are vote, and the consequences. What we have seen is. Many of the time that the decision they have taken was to shut down media. We have seen a lot of media shut down by the regulatory bodies, and that was something also unlawful most of the time, because they just wanted to be in accordance with what the government or what the authorities they want. This is also something very, very harmful in terms of media regulatory. This is also in terms of consequence. We have seen how that have also that were also depriving millions of people for their right to information. Also, anytime there are some political problems, anytime the media, either it is the print or either it is the radio or the audiovisual media, they are up front, for example, to cover independently something. Anytime it is not in favor of what the authority they want, I mean, they activate the major regulatory body to warn and then to action. This is this unlawful ban. This is also something we need to reflect in the global discussion, and hopefully the group has also reflected it with the statement of the special rapporteurs during the trip.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. Let's take the lady. Yep.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Again, I just had to Husa for a moment because it definitely feels very heavy. Just to add on to what he is saying, regulation, as it appears for me, is power. And I did say this in the room that we were sitting in. And regulation influences influence. And what influence does, it will impact the mindset, and it will shape, and it will also influence traditions as well as norms, and it will influence then the future and the life and the way it looks. So when you look at regulation, if I give you the right to regulate me, I handed you the power to give myself the power. That's just how I see it blatantly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Regulation influences influence. I like how you put that. And I know that in the other group, I think it was Chris's group, there was a very lengthy discussion on the issue of regulation. So we'll pick it up once more. It is a very difficult aspect to discuss, but also I would want to urge is that we don't look at the issue of regulation from one perspective. I think when we talk about media regulation, a lot of strides have been made on the continent to develop the appropriate mechanisms for media regulation. But we're also talking about social media and digital platforms where there is none. So as we're having this discussion, I want us to always carry the two, consider the two, so that we don't complicate matters by bringing into a discussion about social media and digital platforms. We bring in issues that we have experienced in the press and media regulation space. Are there any other comments or questions on the presentation by Isaac? See none. Let's move on to Chris. Chris, you have 5 minutes. 5 real minutes.
Hi, everybody. So in my group, I think we started off by interrogating the question, which was misinformation and disinformation. What are African solutions to this African problem? So the first question, of course, is it an African problem, or is it a global problem? And we did note that the last Reuters digital news report said that, asked the question, do you worry about being able to tell the difference between what is real and a fake on the internet? The global average was 54% of people said they were worried about being able to tell what's real or fake. The African average is 72%. So clearly, we're either a mistrustful continent, naturally, or we potentially have a bigger problem than they do in the rest of the world, which is unlikely, but it is certainly something which is very much in the foreground of our citizens. They do worry about misinformation. So what are the solutions to this? So typically, there are two kinds of ways to attack the problem of misinformation, disinformation. The one is to cut off access to that misinformation in various ways. That would be either through legislation, regulation, through monitoring, that kind of stuff, or putting fake news merchants out of business and that kind of thing. Or you ramp up the truth so as to try and drown out the misinformation and reverse the tables in the way that misinformation is currently drowning out the truth. And the kind of more granular solutions are things like fact-checking, digital literacy, and working on kind of language and accessibility to information. So is it an African problem? The group sort of agreed on the fact that it's a global problem, and there are certain globally specific solutions that can be deployed, but it's also a local problem which demands local solutions. And one person made the point that it's not a local as in African solution, it's local as in country-specific solutions. There are different kinds of misinformation in different kinds of country, and they need to be tackled in different ways. Somebody also made the point that propaganda by states is much more predictable, and citizens are pretty much inured to that to varying degrees. We should be much more wary of content that comes from sources that citizens are more predisposed to trust. Like the obvious suspects, which are your WhatsApp family groups and so on, but also, or social media in general, but also corporate misinformation is also something we should be wary of. And then one of the other kind of points about how misinformation can spread in different ways was that even though we are fairly literate when it comes to state-sponsored propaganda, it's when the state manages to launder state propaganda through influencers and other social media channels. That's also a point of pain that we need to be aware of. So, some of the solutions. Speaking to the idea of providing more truth to counteract the misinformation, there are a lot of communities that are info deficient, and one of the solutions is to provide information to those communities so that they have something to weigh up in terms of the truth versus misinformation. Many people in the room were a little nervy about Mukulani's last statement in his talk, which was that we should not be afraid to propose legislation. Many of us were very afraid, and the conversation did move towards that we do need to regulate cyberspace. If we don't make our own attempts to regulate cyberspace, then we are essentially ceding control to the platforms and other parts of the world. We're not taking responsibility ourselves. But what does that regulation mean? And there was some discussion about, should we be talking about governance or talking about regulation? Is governance the more kind of bottom-up way of establishing certain rules and ethics for misinformation, for platforms that can spread misinformation? One of the other takeaways was that we are actually our own biggest enemy. We're spending too much time actually trying to squash misinformation and disinformation rather than producing information ourselves. And one of the key elements here is erosion of trust in journalism. We need to work much harder on building trust in media. The old way of dissemination of information was that journalists would be trained to be able to tell the truth, and then they would train their readers in the same mechanism of being able to understand how to judge what is true and what is false. And we're losing a little bit of that because of all the reasons that everybody knows. There's also a discussion around the terms we are using: misinformation, disinformation, fake news. What do all these things mean? Some of them have gone out of favor. If you say fake news on a stage now, people boo you. We now talk about information manipulation and those kinds of things. But key to this is that if we're going to make fighting misinformation, I'm using that as shorthand, a global effort, we need to agree on what the words mean in different territories. What disinformation means in Namibia has to be the same as what disinformation means in Sweden. Otherwise, we're never going to be able to come to terms with the battle against misinformation. And the last thing we said was that there's a thin line between censorship and regulation. So this probably isn't a solution. This is probably just a way of problematizing solutions. How do we, make sure that regulation of the internet does not open up the internet to being, and yourselves to being censored? That is the big sticking point. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I remain on the podium so that we can take some comments or questions? Oh, by the way, let me correct that. The statement was we should not be afraid to challenge legislation that facilitates the spread of misinformation.
Well, that ruins my entire presentation, but thank you.
Okay, yes. I'm a bit curious about the connection you make between censorship and regulation. extremely curious because there's so much clarity that I don't think we should worry about that. Censorship is just simply prior restraint, where somebody, either on pain of punishment, is stopping somebody from publishing material or insisting on examining the material before it is published. When we talk about regulations, we are just talking about the framework that defines, one, sustains the right to free expression, and also defines some legitimate boundaries. And we choose how wide the boundaries should be. That creates certainty for use, for practitioners, and for everybody. So my view would be that let us not, if our fear is about censorship, then regulation is not a problem, because we can address prior restraint issues within the regulatory framework. That is number one. Number two is just to address a very simple reality, which is, and just give me a second, where we are when we talk about internet regulation and all these issues, we should recognize that it's a 0.8 of 10 issue now. All of us who follow public policy in these spaces, the issue starts, number one, from obscure thoughts to harsh discussions, level 2. Level 3, whispering campaign amongst people who are concerned about the matter. Level 4, you get to close discussions within government. People are concerned. Level 5, you begin to hear open suggestions. One minister says it here, another says it there. By level 6, you are getting amplification of the suggestions. Should we regulate? Shouldn't we regulate? 7, you begin to see formal discussions around the issue. 8 is where we open the thing up for proper discussion. Today, talking about internet regulation, I think that is where we are. We have made references to the UNESCO discussions. We've made references to the decisions in the US. We've made references to the Digital Services Act and the Digital Marketing Act. So we are at 8 out of 10. Whichever way we look at it, regulation is the idea whose time has come within government. So if we don't enter the space early as civil society and define the nature of the regulation that is going to happen in order to secure the right to free expression and the human rights values in there, we would be too late. The government will take the decisions and will be left behind. So my advice is that please let us look at regulation itself as an avenue for protecting human rights, so that the framework that is developed would be consistent with the expectation of human rights. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I answer that? Yeah, I think I might have done my group a little bit of a disservice. So one of the things I said was that we need to look at regulation carefully to avoid censorship, because if regulation comes from Mr. Elon Musk, for example, then basically he's consensus content from our continent, which doesn't play into Twitter's regulations, but which are perfectly fine by us. So that's the one thing. The second thing is that, I mean, the biggest enemy of democracy is government, unquestionably. But the second biggest enemy of democracy is citizen apathy. And we see that in voting patterns around the continent. And I think this is the same thing you're saying, and what the group said. Regulations, or governance, as somebody insisted on calling it, has to come from the bottom up. Unless we involve citizens in this construction of these regulations, it is going to leave itself open to abuse by a whole host of interested parties.
Thanks. Let's hand it over to Frans.
Oh, more.
A very quick question to the group, whether you discussed as a particular kind of, element of this question, situations where misinformation is weaponized. I mean, one thinks of Cambridge Analytica and whoever that group is in Israel that was recently exposed. I mean, is that is there space there for particular kinds of action, and what would that action be?
Very much so, and we discussed it in relation particularly to West Africa and Russian and French and Chinese misinformation that's playing out there and that's being weaponized by local agents, local political parties, for example. But then there's also obviously external state-sponsored misinformation. So we very much touched on that as well. And I think, one of the things we did talk about was that the biggest purveyors of misinformation, some people thought it would be political parties, but actually is misinformation for profit agents. So it's not just weaponizing, it's commercialization of misinformation. And I think the solutions that are in place for that, it's a much, much bigger discussion, but they do include technology solutions as well as legislative solutions, but also counter misinformation, I suppose.
Thanks, Chris. Let's take one more from Honorable here at the front. Sorry, I'll give it to how about you? We need a microphone at the front here.
So my name is Nema Lugangira. I'm a member of parliament in Tanzania. And this topic is an interesting one. And what I wanted to pose to you and to others, every other sector is governed by legislation. And for over 20 years, the internet has developed without legislation. And globally, not only in Africa, but even in the West, it has been recognized that it is important to legislate this sector. So I think when we're talking about the challenges of legislation, we need to recognize that it is a sector that needs to be legislated. Because whatever that we do offline, meaning in the real world, should also be done equally the same online. So like one does not have special privileges to behave a certain way online versus offline. So I think it's important to emphasize on the point that we've reached a point where legislation is important. There's issues of child trafficking, there's issues of child molestation, cybersecurity, and so many other issues that cannot be left ungoverned. That's number one. But number two, when we're talking about media, I think over time, and this is a rush of mainstream media trying to cope with online media, there's a rush of breaking news and giving out stories. So they've now left the ethics of media, of not putting out a story before fact-checking. People are rushing to give out stories and breaking news. As a result, it's affecting the influence that mainstream media has and even the trust. That's number two. Number three, when it comes to online abuse, particularly for women in politics, media also play a role. Because oftentimes you'll find the way in which media report on women in politics and men in politics is different. There's a lot of gender profiling. So sometimes the abuse that we're subjected to has been contributed by how the media is presenting that is presenting our own case. So when we're talking about these things, we also need to look at ourselves as media and know where are we going wrong and what can we do. There was an issue about, I'm just going to quickly respond to the person from CSO. He said that when you're talking about legislations, it's important for CSOs to kind of showcase the type of legislation that they want. Again, I'm repeating, without legislators being involved, everybody who's spoken is focusing on government. Governments don't pass legislation. It is Parliament that passes legislation. So if you keep on continue working in your silos without involving us, we are also going to create legislation which you may not like, but it's based on how we are informed. So I think it's important to making sure that when we're talking about these issues and you're talking about legislation, regulation, remember the key stakeholder is Parliament. Thank you.
Okay, so by chance, it turns out that the person on stage is the least qualified to answer most of those questions because we have some actual experts in the audience. But let me take a stab in a general way. Absolutely, that's what makes it so interesting. How are we going to put all those moving parts together to come up with something that works for all parties? But also, I think there is legislation that addresses many of the things that you've spoken about: abuse of women, misinformation, and so on, in a general level, in the real world and the online world. Those legislations apply equally, right? So if I'm maligned online, I can take it to court using established legal procedures. I think what we're talking about here is legislating in a sense which legislates access based on the premise that too much access means that you have the tools to spread misinformation, for example. So I think that's one of the key issues, is like, what are we trying to legislate here? And I think the comment about the media, you know, in many of our countries there are press councils, codes of media ethics. It's up to us, I think, to ensure that there's a media that subscribes to those codes of ethics, and then there is the citizen media, for want of a better word, who, because of the nature of what they do, cannot be judged in the same way because they haven't signed up to the same codes that we have. And I mean, that is a massive problem, which I don't know what the answer there is. The answer that our group came up with was that we need to invest more in media that is authentic media, reputable media, media that can be trusted. How to do that, of course, is the big question.
Let's take Sekotlana, and you'll be the last one.
Great, thank you, Program Director. Just to appreciate the feedback that came from the breakaway group. I thought it was really very interesting and so complementary to the stuff that we were discussing in the first breakaway group as well. There's just a couple of things that I was really interested in. The first, I think, is this, and I know that, like, you know, I'm just catching on to like a very quick comment that emerges out of a very nuanced conversation. But even so, you know, this idea of publishing more information. Now, at the 2 World Press Freedom Day conferences ago, the theme kind of touched on this uncomfortable notion of the infodemic, right? Too much information. And the idea here is not so much that there's too much information, but navigating or coming to truth and facticity and establishing facticity becomes all the more complicated because we know that there is no singular truth. It's a perspective issue, which is part of our mis and disinformation problem at a global as well as a local level. And so I'm really interested in, you know, what kind of responses came up to this issue of the infodemic, uncomfortable as it is. Linked to that is a question around, you know, in the past, up until this point, I guess, you know, we've kind of taken for granted that our media and perhaps even state actors are the institutions that have the duty to provide credible information that we can take for granted to be credible. Now, increasingly that is becoming less and less the case, as we've already heard from the Member of Parliament from Tanzania, amongst many others. And I'm really interested in, you know, what kind of, you know, did you have a conversation around these issues, and what kinds of responses came up? And then very lastly, and this is really about content regulation pertaining specifically to social media platforms, you know, both the public ones as well as the closed private ones like WhatsApp, right? What was the conversation around intermediary liability? It's often the case, and I think that across Africa there's been, in civil society spaces, there's been a big hoopla being made about, you know, leave them alone, we can't do anything to platforms, intermediary liability creates the conditions for censorship. And so forth. And as we've already heard, you know, this is demonstrating itself to be less and less the case. Yeah. And in fact, that kind of immunity is causing us more problems than trying to engage the regulatory or governance elements of it. And so my question to you is, what was the conversation around intermediary liability, and what ways through were offered around that? Thank you.
Yeah. So just a quick answer to the first question around the infodemic. I think the problem we faced here with is potentially one of literacy, but also one of marketing, for a better word. I don't think anybody said we need to put more information into the world. I think what the panel was saying was we need to allow for a definition of information which shows you what credible information is versus non-credible information. And there needs to be a path to finding that credible information. The old school path, of course, would be that I'm a reader of the Star newspaper, and therefore I go there to it. So I think the conversation kind of went around there. And I mean, there are many, many facets to it around training and resources and who has the access to having a voice to speak and all that kind of thing. But basically, it's to give a path to credibility and to understanding the definition of what truth is versus lies, I suppose so. On the platforms issue, we didn't actually spend a lot of time on that, possibly because that is such an insurmountably large question that we prefer to focus on the easier ones for my 5 minutes, which I see is now stretching into conference minutes. But I think, and I mean, I don't think there was any suggestion that we shouldn't be considering a legislative framework, some kinds of interactions that are around legislation. It's purely the idea that we are in a new space here where what we are legislating here is something that's very new to the world. Can the old ways of thinking of what is right and what is wrong, what is permissible, what is legal, can they still apply to what is a global landscape, essentially? I think that was the interesting thing. It's not that I think anybody is against or for per se. It's that some of us are more nervous about what we know, and some of us are perhaps more confident about what we know. I hope that answered your question in some way. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please give him. Great presentation from that group. Let's hand it over to Nomshado. You have 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes for discussion.
Thank you. I'm really hoping that 5 minutes will do, as our topic in our session was quite a big one, and we felt that it really spoke on the different issues that we've been touching on since yesterday. So our session focused on the complexities of content regulation, freedom of expression, and harmful speech online in Africa, and the need to strike a right balance between freedom of expression and content regulation is crucial to protect individual citizens from harm without restricting rights. And while a number of countries have laws and policies regulating online content in some form, there are concerns that these regulations may be used to suppress freedom of expression and stifle voices, which we've seen in some cases. And how it's also important to learn from each other as countries and not work in silos. Additionally, the lack of clear legal guidelines and consistent mechanisms that has created a challenging environment for users and citizens themselves to be able to maneuver and understand what legislation or what policies are there to protect me and how does this process actually work. And we did this by discussing the issue in 3 folds. Firstly, looking at the challenges of harmful speech online. We touched on how the digital era has obviously amplified the spread of hate speech, incitement to violence, cyberbullying, fake news, mis and disinformation, as spoken by Chris, leading to a real-world consequences such as violence, political unrest, and how harmful speech often affects marginalized and minority groups and the impact that this has particularly on women. We were starting to see self-censorship, we're starting to see retraction from online participation and their voices obviously not being heard. The digital sphere has also become a tool for political manipulation, including disinformation campaigns, election interference, and the suppression of voices. We also spoke about language and inclusion and how we often speak about users and not realize where are these users sitting. And I think since yesterday we've been discussing that we need to be able to actually engage with the users that don't have access, that don't have inclusion, and bring it back and localize that setting for them. We discussed about effective content regulation should address these challenges while safeguarding freedom of expression. Then the big one, the multi-stakeholder approaches and roles. We spoke about the collaborative efforts involving government, civil society organizations, big tech, academia, and citizens themselves are essential to develop an effective and inclusive content regulation policies. And we actually touched on how often research institutions are overlooked, and they actually play quite a critical role in ensuring that we understand the cases that we're dealing with, we are seeing the trends, and obviously collecting that evidence as well. The need for transparency and accountability, particularly from big tech. Although we know that this is a big mountain to climb, but what are the algorithms? What are the, the ways that they're interacting? And I think one of the things that we need to touch on is political ads, as we are going towards elections for some, and some obviously in 2024. The emphasis on the crucial role that media plays, and I think this was spoken by the previous group, and we need to actually start equipping, supporting, and protecting our media, because where are we meant to send citizens when we're talking about credible information? And this is a big hub, because they actually bring the localization. They are the ones that are on the ground, particularly community media as well. We spoke about promoting digital literacy and media literacy, and building this will be able to empower individuals to actually critically evaluate and respond to harmful speech online, while promoting responsible digital citizenship. We touched on the issues of consent, how often Africa as a continent is seen as a content hub, where you've got people coming, taking photographs, coming to the rural villages that we have, and not really explaining and understanding the issue of consent. The need for capacity building when we're talking about our leaders, our state institutions, legal practitioners, and our police force, as they are the ones that play a crucial role in dealing with these harms. In conclusion, the balancing of content regulation, freedom of expression, and combating harmful speech is a complex challenge in Africa. And however, to touch on this, we can actually create coalitions and working groups with all relevant stakeholders, and I think that was our biggest takeaway at the end of our discussion as a group. Through these collaborative efforts, we spoke about inclusive policy frameworks and digital literacy initiatives. African countries can promote a safe online environment while upholding the principles of freedom of expression. And last but not least, the African continent has a unique opportunity to harness our diversity, and I think we spoke about how we are a diverse continent. And collectively, with that wisdom, we are able to shape effective content regulation frameworks that actually preserve our freedom of expression, and while addressing the challenges of harmful speech online. I hope that was 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
No comments? I guess that was a good presentation, eh?
I was that
We have one from Isaac over here.
Thank you. I wanted to just make people aware of an interesting thing that happened in South Africa in this sphere. And this is that the South African Human Rights Commission, after a fairly extensive consultation with many role players, put together a social media charter. So approaching this issue from social media literacy perspective, and essentially coming up with an educational charter. And this charter gives guidance on how people should and shouldn't use the social media platforms. It deals with anything from harmful expression, defamation, privacy, harassment, image-based violence, and children's rights as well. And apart from giving guidance and kind of setting ethics and standards, it then also explains what recourse is possible, which laws can be used, which existing laws can be used in each case, or which other mechanisms. So there's, for instance, a reference to the South African Press Council to say that if you find media-related problems, you can go to the Press Council. I think it's a really a good instrument that can be looked at. Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you. I want to congratulate you. You guys did a very good job. And I just wanted to add on that one of the things that we also have to remember is peripheral regions. The needs of the communities in peripheral regions are different to those in urban. Oftentimes, when we're talking about digital inclusion, digital literacy and skills, we focus on urban. But you find that someone who's living in the peripheral regions, rural, they may have a smartphone, but they don't even know how to use it. They don't even know how to go to their email. Basic things like that. So even when you're creating interventions, you have to realize that if you're targeting the last mile community, you have to start at a different level towards the other communities. Second issue is the responsibility of the social media platforms. It's almost as if social media platforms somewhat benefit from the abuse and the misinformation and things that happen on their platforms, but we need to find a way to make them also be accountable for what's happening on their platforms. Because everything that we're talking about here wouldn't happen if they don't allow it to happen. So they also have a responsibility. How do we make them responsible? That is something that we need to discuss collectively, and it can be done also through legislations. Because if we're talking about Africa, if we look at SADC bloc, for example, that's a huge number of people. If you take East Africa bloc, that's 160 million. So we can also collectively sometimes negotiate with the social media platforms using our population. Instead of being one country, it can be collective as a group, as a region, a bloc, or as a continent. Finally, most of the social media platforms work with artificial intelligence. But a lot of artificial intelligence, the way that it works on data that was input by someone or from somewhere. And unfortunately, even artificial intelligence is gender biased. So that's also another thing that we need to look at, especially when we're trying to bridge the digital gender gap, as well as address online abuse. How is artificial intelligence also contributing towards that? For example, on many occasions, myself and my colleagues have reported abuse online through the social media platform mechanisms that they have. But then you get a response saying, this doesn't violate our rules. And then you're thinking, what is it based on? Because I can tell you for a fact, from where I'm standing, it is violating rules. So those kind of things also need to be looked at. Thank you.
I'll be very short, but I think one of the biggest cross-cutting issues has been digital media literacy, coming at different levels, particularly when you're talking about rural areas. Obviously, we cannot come and speak about AI and reporting mechanisms. We need to literally start from the basics of being able to use a laptop, for example. So I definitely agree, and I think my group definitely emphasized on that element. However, AI as well, I mean, as you mentioned, it actually amplifies inequalities based on what it's learning or based on what it's feeding. And I think that has been also one of the issues that has been highlighted. We spoke about issues when it comes to community standards and guidelines within the platforms themselves, because obviously if I go and submit hate speech, this is hate speech in my country and I know it by constitution, it can come back and obviously say the opposite. So those are one of the issues that we spoke on, and hence going back to the coalitions, the working groups of various stakeholders to be able to engage with the big tech to actually start bringing these issues to fore. Thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent. Thank you so much, Namshado and the group. I know I've been standing in the path towards the exercise of your right to food. I think this is a moment where I hand it back to the chief moderator.
Thank you, Mukelani. You did such an excellent job. Please, a warm round of applause to Mukelani Dimba there. And of course, to all of our conveners for the various sessions, Chris, Isaac, and of course, Nomshado, with that wonderful presentation and just overseeing these sessions. A warm round of applause to them as well, please. I don't know if you guys are as hungry as I am. I'm famished, and I'm glad to announce that it's officially lunchtime. Please grab your drink coupon on the way out. You'll find gentlemen just here by the door. Also, please note that we do have our creative corner. I see a number of you have written some very nice messages to FES and the rest of the participants here. So please also follow suit. Anything that comes to mind, just around here as soon as you exit from here. Furthermore, our panelists for the next session, being moderated by Ricardo Tuachosep, I ask that you please make your way to Oryx 4, meet Ricardo there just for a brief meeting, about 5 minutes or so before you head for lunch. That is Hlengiwe Dube. I hope I got your name pronounced it correctly, Hlengiwe. Also, of course, Murray Hunter is joining us virtually, and MC Erastus. MC, where are you? MC is over there. Please meet Ricardo in Oryx 4, and then as well as Professor Admire Mare. Please meet Ricardo in Oryx 4. Thank you so much, and have a delicious lunch. How are we doing? Are we good? How was lunch? Was it that filling? All right, we'll of course continue with day 2 of activities here at the Regional Conference on Information and Communication Rights in Africa. Thank you so much for joining us once more. To our virtual audience, we are welcome across YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and of course those on Zoom as well. Please, if you have any questions, feel free to throw them our way. Of course, we move on with this session for this afternoon, which will be moderated by Ricardo Twahosep. It is on surveillance, capitalism, and technology, strengthening the architecture for the right to privacy in Africa. Of course, I'll allow Ricardo to come up to the stage and introduce his panel as we head into this conversation. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ndishishi. I don't know. Good afternoon. You know, when we started, Ndishishi was shorter than me. But these days, I'm not sure. He has grown up into a fine broadcaster of note since he started in 2017. So can we please just give him a warm round of applause? He's been doing a great job since yesterday. The topic that we're looking at for this session, basically, is surveillance, capitalism, and technology, that intersection between those three things. Of course, at the advent of the internet in 2000s, when that early boom came, we expected so much to change, but I don't think that we all expected how deeply it will invade our privacy, our space, how we live day to day, the decisions we make, etc., etc. And with that advent of technology and the flow of the information highway, even though there's significant benefits, there are of course also significant risks. We know that private sector is fighting for capital, and technology is providing that platform for them to make these massive profits. We're seeing, of course, currently also collusion between governments and big business. In terms of that, big business are the ones that create some of this technology for surveillance, etc. But for governments, of course, they also have their motives why they work together with them. So we want to reflect a little bit on that intersection between capitalism, surveillance, and technology. What are really the options for us right now? What are the current laws? What are the new trends that are coming up? We know, of course, as Africa, we've always been the ones that have been on the receiving end, because we're not the ones that create the technology, neither are we the ones that store the data. And we have seen plenty of cases, of course, the Cambridge Analytica scandal, amongst a number of others, where it really has shown that governments can deliberately use and collude with private sector to create surveillance, but of course not only that, influence political outcomes through the technology and of course the manipulation of data as well. So that's really what we want to reflect on today. There's a famous example that I would always like to use. Our ambassador to France always said that when they were growing up, if you wanted to chat a girl up, you really had to physically go to the house, find a way to get her attention, and stand outside, have the conversation. Of course, that meant that the parents are also aware of what's happening, so it was a bit of a more safer interaction. But now, you can have a situation where you're sitting on a dinner table and your 14-year-old daughter is being chatted up by a 31-year-old man on her phone. So there are some significant risks, not only economically, but I think socially as well, even for the family unit as a basic foundation for our survival and for civilization as well. So it's a very, very important conversation, and I'm excited to introduce this very, very capable panel to come and unpack this one for us. First, our first panelist, and please welcome her with a warm round of applause, Ms. Klengiwe Dube. She's the Program Manager of Expression, Information and Digital Rights Unit at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. I think we can do better. She's been performing quite well since yesterday, so let's... There we go. Can someone release some doves so we can have a proper celebration there? Also joining us online virtually is Senior Associate at ALT Advisory and Specialist on Digital Rights, Advocacy and Communications, Mr. Mary Hunter. That's joining us, of course, online. Please welcome him also with a warm round of applause.
Ricardo, is it a virtual panelist? Should I release my own doves, or how would you like this to work?
We'll discuss that a bit later on. But for now, also, of course, and I'm really, really proud to introduce her as well. She's a former colleague of ours at NBC. She was responsible, in fact, for producing programs like Talk of the Nation and Good Morning Namibia for a number of years. She's currently the digital rights specialist at Internews in Zambia, an alumni from the London School of Economics. She's a very well-read young lady, Miss MC Erastus. Please give her a warm round of applause. And last but not least, Associate Professor at the University of Johannesburg. A round of applause for Prof. Admire Mare. So as you can see, I've got quite a strong panel, so I don't have to do much talking today. We'll jump straight into it. And I think the first question that I really want us to, just to get a bit of a feel in terms of what are your experiences with this one is, what are the current trends that we're seeing globally in terms of the use of surveilling technology and social media platforms, particularly here on the continent and perhaps reflecting also on the global perspective? I think, MC, maybe we can start off with you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I think, first of all, we need to look at surveillance from very different elements. You have the very obvious one that we speak a lot about, which is state surveillance, and how states control or they surveil on certain people, and mainly activists they're the ones that become targets of that. Then you have your corporate surveillance, which has been spoken a lot about here in this very room, where you have your big tech companies, but we are also seeing a trend that is coming up in various countries in Africa, which is surveillance from telecommunication companies, where you have telecommunication companies collecting people's biometric data. In Zambia, for example, that has already started. The discussions have been going on since 2020, and they're finalizing to collect biometric data, and this is in the hands of mainly private telecommunication companies. Very famous case in Namibia. If you just arrived, if you read the papers, you will hear the CRAN, which is the regulatory body, in battle with Namibia's biggest telecommunication company, MTC. So you have that collection happening that side. But then there's also the surveillance that happens on a daily basis, as being on our mobile phones, cloud storage. All our information right now is in the cloud. Most of us have not used a USB or an external device in a very, very long time, and your information is out there in a very private setting, but then we question how private really is it. We have seen cases where some of these have been hacked, and who actually has access to some of these data or this information that you're sharing out there. So just in a nutshell, that's really some of the biggest concerns or some of the biggest forms of surveillance taking place in Africa right now.
Tlangiwa, you want to add some value to the trends from a global perspective?
Well, just as a starting point, I realize that we don't have much time, but I can say that somehow whatever you do, like your information is just being collected somehow. Someone has your information, someone is storing your information, whether you want to get help or get a service. If you just log on to, you want to download an app, it's taking you to your contacts, it's taking you somewhere. Sometimes people get annoyed when maybe I want a certain service and suddenly I'm asked my residential address, and I'm like, why do you want this? And just, I think it was last year, we took Center for Human Rights students to what used to be Mandela's house in Soweto. And there was all this information that, that is being asked, and I'm asking the security people, like, why do you need this? I just want to get into and see where Mandela used to live. And they got very annoyed, apparently, by me asking that information, because they also didn't know why they were collecting my information. And I said, what are you?
They were just instructed to collect it, and for them, it's, we're doing our job.
And all this information is being collected. What are the safeguards?
Hunter, I want you to come in here as well. I think many a times when we talk about surveillance, we look at the traditional, of course, telecommunications companies and the fact that you're logging into a computer. But we know that there's also another aspect, which is the Internet of Things. We're seeing, of course, fridges that have got Wi-Fi, all sorts of devices, home appliances, etc., your vehicles, the Apple CarPlay, etc., etc. How important is it for us to be aware of that, and what are some of the trends that are coming out, particularly from the Internet of Things space?
So I think a lot of the participants will know that there's another name for this thing that they call the Internet of Things. It's not fit for mixed company, but instead of things, the word begins with S. Because these are kind of like, these are technological conveniences which actually, it's not clear why your fridge needs to connect to the internet. And it's introduced a lot of vulnerabilities as well, because this technology is not as secure as it needs to be if it's connecting everything. I think maybe it brings me, it's an example of something where technological innovation actually comes with these weaknesses. And we tend to talk about, the trends in surveillance like we're imagining a big brother, a very strong and capable agent of surveillance. But very often I'm starting to, I think about the fact that surveillance institutions are often quite weak and confused. They think that they're all seeing, but they're often getting the wrong data and drawing the wrong conclusions. And it's an important part of the conversation about, I think, what's happening, the trends we see within the region, within Africa, is, the state, for example, when it's adopting certain kinds of data collection practices or surveillance practices, it's very often an example of the state trying to solve a problem, a governance problem, a governing problem. It can't deliver a service, and it's opting for this technology that it thinks is going to magically fix its problem. And very often they're getting lobbied by industry, salespeople essentially saying, if you buy this camera system, if you buy this biometric system for passports or whatever, all of your governance failures will go away and suddenly you'll deliver a product. And I guess what we're seeing is not a big brother kind of institution, but a kind of confused little brother. And yeah, that's, I guess, an element of the conversation that I'm trying to introduce here.
100%, and I think if we look at this as well, I really want us to now jump into the nitty-gritties and get to the source of the conversation. We know if you look at it, for example, in our country, we've got Article 13 that guarantees the right to privacy. But if you have it at that level, in terms of implementation, you need an act, you need a policy, you need regulations in terms of that right to refusal for you to even provide certain information. We don't have that at the moment. Can you reflect at a continental level in terms of comprehensive privacy laws and policies? How do things stand at a continental level right now?
So if you look at beyond Africa, this is not a new conversation. It's been going on for a while. If you look at, for example, the data protection law in Sweden, I think, it dates back to the 1970s. And then you come back to the
GDPR.
The GDPR, it's very recent, but it's replacing something that has also been in existence for a while. But when you come back to Africa, this is like still a very new conversation. We're still grappling just to understand what it is. So at the moment in Africa, we have continentally we have the convention, Malabo Convention. So it came in 2014. But how many years did we wait until we get enough ratifications for it to come into force? This is just a week or so ago when we have received enough ratifications, and already, I think it's already getting old. It's already being overtaken at the time when it's being ratified. So it combines protection of personal information. It also has cybersecurity elements. It has an e-commerce element to it as well. So it's kind of bundles up a lot of things in it. And I'm glad that that was a slow process on its own. But when you look at our human rights body, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, in its 2019 declaration, which I think we have already agreed that it's one of those very progressive instruments, it has a provision on protection of personal information there. I think it should be principle I don't know whether it's Principle 40 or 41, and I think the Commission, stemming from the fact that unlike, your ACHPR and other instruments, they have a provision on the right to privacy. Our African Charter doesn't have an explicit provision on the right to privacy, but the Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression was bold enough to bring in issues of privacy, which the African Commission cannot ignore, at least through the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression, the 2019 version. And then at national level now, we see there is a growing interest to enact a data protection law, or whether that is coming from a human rights angle or a business rights angle, that's another conversation, but we see the popularity of data protection laws, and we also have at SADC level a model law on data protection as well, whether it's perfect and it also has its gaps as well, but there is that attempt at regional level, sub-regional level, and national level. Implementation is another whole different
and that's what I really wanted to get to. I want to bring in Professor Admire here. Of course, there's one thing to have a convention at African Union level, but we also know the shortcomings that the Union sits with. Implementation is a big challenge for many of the member states. For example, we know in Namibia we don't have a choice because we have a monist international legal system. If it is ratified at that level, there's an obligation for Parliament to create a domestic law for that. But we know, of course, other countries have a dualist international order in terms of how they implement whichever document has been ratified at that level. Can you reflect a little bit on that? How do we deal with that at a continental level, making sure that, look, when we ratify, we have to domesticate in one way or the other, or create some sort of a municipal law for enforcement? What is your experience there?
Thank you so much. It's a very complex issue. And I think before I talk about what needs to happen, let me just say that the surveillance system that we are seeing is an industry. And there are actors that have got interest, political and economic interest that are at play. And that's the unfortunate space where we find ourselves as a continent that, again, if you look at the people that dominate this industry, which you call the surveillance industry, mostly are coming from the global north again. You talk about Hikvision, you talk about Clearview, all these other companies that are coming. They have their interests, and usually we become almost the net we are literally the customers. And we are always being told that these kinds of surveillance technologies are going to solve your problems. And I think Mare was talking about it, this idea of technological solutionism, that if we use technology, we are going to answer societal problems. And I think that's a very misplaced understanding of how issues actually work. If you collect biometric data from people, it doesn't mean that elections are going to be free and fair. It doesn't mean that. It's completely, the logic there does not add up. And I think that's where I want to start and then say what needs to happen. I think certainly some countries like Namibia, it's automatic that once it's done at that level, it comes down and you begin to see the process kicking it into action, and you begin to see something happening, especially in Parliament. But most countries in Africa actually don't have that kind of a mechanism. So even if you have a soft law, sometimes they are not duty-bound to make sure that they implement and enforce it. And I think that is the challenge that we really have to deal with. And I think even yesterday that issue was also being talked about. Do we need to come up with guidelines in terms of enforcement? Do we need to come up with a framework in terms of best practices elsewhere to say this is what they have done? Can you also maybe copy? But in terms of influence and advocacy, where do we start? Because some of these politicians, when they look at these laws, they are looking at it as is it going to enhance our power? Is it going to threaten our seat of power? So those are the lenses through which they look at these policies, and it becomes very problematic to sell it to them when they're looking at it from that perspective.
MC, I really want to bring you in here as well, and I know, of course, you've been a journalist for the longest time here in Namibia, but now you're working in Zambia as well. What is the experience if you bring it down to a national level, at a country level? If you can reflect a little bit, maybe your cases in Zambia and touch a bit base in Namibia.
All right. So perhaps before I go to Zambia, I really just wanted us to just take a sit back and really look at all these debates that we have been having, and like my colleague said, it's not something that is new. Advocacy for data protection, privacy rights have been going on for years. I think, especially when we look at the Zambia case, which is a very interesting case because we have witnessed and we have seen it in person. What we are seeing is that is the whole adoption of laws from a business model that was spoken about. And the human rights element is missing, and that's where we are finding ourselves now. And when I'm talking about this, it's data protection, for those who are not aware, during the 2021 elections in Zambia, the data protection, the cybercrime and cybersecurity, as well as the Electronic and Communication Transaction Act, were all enacted by the then president. And what is happening is that most of these laws gave power to government and private entities. And something that we are seeing now as we are drawing back to review some of these legislation, something that we are seeing is that the various entities involved have been operating in silos. So you have government on one side who have been trying to implement these acts as per international standards or conventions. They have to draft these acts. And then you have the private sector who are completely scared on how the market will look like in the future. And then you have advocates who are on this side wondering what do we say, who do we communicate to? But the people that suffer at the center of it all, it's the users, right? And that is something that I guess we need to start looking at. How do we bring these various stakeholders together? And that is something that we are trying to do in Zambia, for example. How do we bring the private sector? How do we bring the public? How do we bring civil society? How do we bring everyone together to make sure that the laws that are implemented become laws that fit within the Zambian context, become laws that fit within the Namibian context? Because what we are going to find ourselves with, we are going to implement all these wonderful legislations that protect the internet or whatever we want to dub them, but we are going to find ourselves in problem because they are not going to protect everybody, because not everyone's rights, people's rights have not really been considered. We are implementing what seems to be a good model and not really looking at the situation on the ground.
Hunter, I want to bring you quickly in here as well. I think we're really dealing with that struggle between commercial interests and, of course, making sure that there's a certain level of social justice and the obligations that many countries have to their citizens. Are we able to strike, is it a fair expectation that we can strike some sort of a balance, or will one always overtake the other and it's going to be a consistent fight going forward?
I think the answer to that question is yes, both. But I think if we make it more practical, if you're asking when, let's say, a state is rolling out, or society is rolling out a technology, and there's that kind of, when that trade-off that you're speaking about has to happen, as the citizenry, let's say it's a biometric system like Admire is referring to, there has to be a set of principles that the public has to be satisfied that those are being met. So, is this technology for a service that we need? Does the technology deliver the service that we need? Does it have to be through this technology, or could, is the old-fashioned way broken in some way? Then there's these kind of procurement questions. Who is getting paid? What are they getting paid? How long are they getting paid for? Is this technology that we're all investing in, is it going to be obsolete in 5 years? Which is often what happens with, for example, biometric systems. And this is not just a question, I guess, about technology and about digital rights. It's actually, it's fundamental to democracy. Are these big decisions that are being taken in the names of society and at the cost of society? Is it in the interest of society? And there are all these sort of governance questions that need to be answered each time on a kind of case-by-case basis. And I guess when we see many of these kind of big flagship examples where very controversial technology is being introduced, let's say it's a CCTV camera system, it's a biometric population registration system, or it's a SIM card registration like we have in Namibia. Very often those are situations where these decisions are being taken in the absence of democracy, in the absence of, or rather in the absence of a democratic process where the public is actually being engaged and being meaningfully consulted and being meaningfully heard. And so yeah, I think those are the kind of tests that we need to apply each time. And it's a difficult question, because what we're saying is we need to build a more democratic society, which is a lot harder than just implementing end-to-end encryption or whatever.
And I really want to get to because now there's, of course, the one place that we can turn to are the courts. Litigation is what we've used for human rights, to fight for democracy, etc. And Tlengwe, I really want to bring you in here as well. We know there was a very, very interesting case, the Amabungane surveillance case in South Africa, that looks like it could be a game changer, not only for South Africa, but set a judicial precedent for the rest of the continent. Can you reflect on that case a bit, and what are some of the important bits that we can take from there that could pave the way for judicial precedents for the continent?
Thank you. Yes, through that case, we see an opportunity to litigate on issues of surveillance. So just before I look at the case, when you look at the 2019 declaration, there is a section on surveillance. And the section on surveillance speaks to an acknowledgement that surveillance is something that we will always have, but it's in the how. And the Commission, through the declaration, is saying that states should not practice arbitrary surveillance. You know, like everybody is just a suspect. There has to be, in fact, it's advocating for targeted surveillance where it's conducted because there is a reasonable suspicion of a crime having been committed or about to be committed. And we saw as it was in South Africa last year, there was an incident in Rosettenville of, you know, these criminals. They wanted to intercept, you know, the what are they called, cash in transit vehicles, and that was the mission was botched because they were not successful, as we were told, through the work of the intelligence. And we see that, you know, that's how it was targeted and how it was successful. But when now we look at the case, the Amabungane case, and which I think we, like I've already said, we view it as one of those that are progressive. It basically was questioning the manner in which it was the targeted surveillance in that case, but also it brings in the issue of mass surveillance as well. One, there's an acknowledgement that, you know, there is mass unlawful surveillance which is taking place in South Africa, one. Number two, targeted surveillance is not happening in a lawful manner. The warrant system that is supposed to be used to authorize surveillance as well, there were gaps there. And just long story short, the High Court found that the law which is used in this particular case, the surveillance law, which is the interception law, there are gaps in it there, and then it declared that some provisions of that particular law are unconstitutional, and the Constitutional Court confirmed that a declaration of invalidity, and the Parliament was given years, is it 2 years or so, to rectify, to amend that law in line with international human rights law and standards. What I also want to point out is that this was an issue which is being brought by an investigative journalism institution, Amabungane. We all know the kind of work that they do. And, you know, as this investigative journalism is being undertaken, you know, sometimes it's issues to do with political issues, it's to do with corruption and all that, and we know how much that touches certain nerves, which then motivates, you know, this action of surveillance now on investigative journalism. Sometimes it's targeted at political actors, sometimes it's targeted at human rights defenders. So there is an appetite to deploy the surveillance apparatus, you know, against certain groups, and also just, you know, the arbitrary one as well. And so it was also in response to that, and I think the judgment that we got was very important. But another important thing is that, you know, the amicus in this case is the civil society now, we see how important the role of civil society is in this litigation case, with Privacy International playing a role in that. And if you read the submission of Privacy International and you read the judgment itself, you can actually read the contribution of Privacy International in that case. And also, in South Africa, organizations such as Media Monitoring Africa as well, they were very instrumental also in that case as well, which I also urge civil society organizations to acquaint themselves with these trends on surveillance and position themselves as well on how they can contribute to strategic litigation. And I feel like there's some gains there. It can take time, but definitely there will be positive outcomes.
There will be positive outcomes, and I'm glad that you brought in the role of civil society. And I think when we talk about civil society, oftentimes we leave out academia. I'm happy that Prof. Meyer is here. At which level, if you look at it, we know, of course, historically, for example, with HIV and AIDS, it was an agenda put on by the media, civil society, everybody put together. There was a lot of money availed, of course, for advocacy, etc., etc. My question really is that, does right to privacy and data protection enjoy the same level of urgency? And if not, how do we make sure that it actually starts enjoying that level of urgency? Because remember, civil society are also facing unique problems right now, defunding, etc., etc. So, Prof, if you can just reflect a little bit on that as well. How do we make sure that we bring the right to privacy on the same level as many of the other social injustices that we have dealt with in the past?
It's a very interesting question that you're bringing to the table, but I just want to also emphasize what Hlenyo was saying, that even if you look at that Amabongani case, there was a very huge role that research played in that kind of, because I also...
But the research must be funded.
It must be funded. Actually, it was funded. I think also Mari was part of the research team that I worked with, Professor Jane Duncan and others, to try and build a case around it. So I think the role of research becomes very important, but it must also be funded. But also, one thing that I also want to say with regards to what you've just raised is that we need to make sure that the right to privacy remains one of the things that we put in the front and center. But in doing that, I think my argument would be to say that our conceptualization of privacy right now is very narrow. That's what I would say. Because we are focusing, especially when you look at the data protection laws that are being set out in various African countries, the way in which we are crafting these things, we have a narrow understanding of privacy, and we are looking at controlling data. What about, I think privacy is not only about data, it's beyond data. And we need to go beyond data, and I think that's also the problem that I have with the Malabo Convention, because ultimately it's outdated. How do you deal with synthetic data, for example? How do you deal with issues to do with synthetic data? And these are very important issues that we really need to look at. But over and above that, we also need to look at the way in which privacy, when it was conceptualized around the 1970s and 1960s, and what it is right now. I think we are living in a totally different world.
No, but if I'm a government, Prof, and MC, you can probably come in here as well. I don't care about synthetic data. I want to bring water to the people that are in Kochas, for example, or I want fast internet or even electricity at Betani. So how do we strengthen perhaps civil society, academia, etc., to make sure that this issue comes to the front? Because surely government is not. I'm pressed for other things. Plus the elections next year. MC?
Yeah. Yeah, this is quite interesting. First of all, I think when we speak about privacy matters in the digital space, first of all, it's a topic that many people do not want to participate in because it's very heavy. Just the various terms that we are using, a lot of people shy away from it. Even government bodies themselves, they would shy away from and give it to the people that are more knowledgeable in that, and not realizing that really the very same rights that people enjoy offline should be the rights that are extended online. It's as simple as that. When you talk about, Professor Murray speaks about more than just data, you speak about things to the right to be seen, to be heard, in the person's integrity, all these things that really makes up a whole person as a being, looking at various people's capabilities as well. So first of all, I think we just need to really, in order for everyone to, for us to get it to where HIV, the reason why HIV, for example, became what it was and it gained the attention that it gained, it's because people were seeing this happening physically to them, to their loved ones, to everyone. And I think that's where the advocacy needs to go to. We need to simplify the internet to people. We need to break it down. And that's the thing. I guess perhaps we can look at even media houses, journalists, research institutions, on how do we, why is it important, for example, for a private company like MTC not to own your biometrics? What could be the potential dangers? Because just scanning through Twitter, some people think it's okay. They already have my data anyway. And we are not realizing that that information actually could be used to tailor what you buy in your house, right? Various adverts could, media houses could even lose out from adverts, because then why would MTC want to put an advert in the Namibian newspaper, for example, if they can do that through a user's mobile phone? So we need to simplify and really make these things realistic to people so that people really see the real dangers of why they need to be protected in the digital space.
Klengwasi, you want to add value?
Yes, if you're looking at the right to privacy and its understanding, and you know, there's this notion that I have nothing to hide. You know, whether they take my information and all that, that understanding is stemming from the lack of understanding of what the right to privacy is about. What is the importance of the right to privacy for you as an individual?
I think if that one will be answered if we try to ask to open the galleries of the cell phones. I think we'll all understand the right to privacy. Go ahead, Klenge.
So my also other contribution is the knowledge gap as well. There's really need to up our game as stakeholders who work in this particular space and improve the capacity of different stakeholders on these issues, whether we are talking about the right to privacy, whether we are talking about protection of personal information, whether we are talking about surveillance itself. Just yesterday, when we were having our breakaway session here, I said that the protection of personal information in South Africa is a very small, is put together in a small booklet, which is like pocket size, that you would think it's very easy to read, but actually understanding that thing and how it's supposed to be implemented, like the practicalities of it is very difficult. And the information regulator right now, if you ask them, like it's a whole mission. And just to get also different stakeholders and sectors understanding it and breaking it down to the general public, to the extent that when you go to the Department of Education, they understand their role of protection of personal information from that angle. When I also go and you know, get a service and I read, there is this whole fine print privacy notice. And what does it mean? At the where was I? I don't know. I just asked, I was supposed to sign, and there was this whole small fine print, and then I asked the person who was giving me the document, I said, what is written here? And then she said, I don't know as well, but she was anticipating that I sign, and the time in which I'm supposed to understand and sign, and there's somebody next to me, and the queue is very long. So yeah, there's that the understanding of all these things. What are these privacy notices? What do they entail? You know, who makes me understand them? Who breaks it down for me? And you know, when it comes to getting a remedy in case of a violation, the structures that are supposed to help us to get a remedy, do they also understand these issues of surveillance, of data protection, of privacy? Look at the police force itself. When you go to a police station with a case of non-consensual sharing of intimate images, which is a violation to my privacy, what will be the likely response? You said you recorded yourself. Can I see? What is it? Can you forward it to us? And then, you'll never know the end of, how far the video then goes. Final now is viral.
Well,
when you look at litigation now, the lawyer who is supposed to be representing me, to what extent are they informed about issues of privacy and data protection and all that? When you look at the magistrate who is supposed to preside over that case as well, to what extent are they also capacitated? I will go on and on, but
that's why I wanted to interject. I'm the moderator, Netlangiwe, so I have authority here, functus officio.
Indeed.
Hunter, I want to bring in another angle, but do you perhaps want to add value on the current position, or can I shoot that question?
Actually, I do. I'm sure that you were going to take us an interesting place, but I think that the panelists have brought us to the central issue, right? Which is that if we're trying to make progressive change on the right to privacy or the broader kind of civil rights that are around that, the challenge is that privacy is fundamentally, it's a right that is almost impossible to truly value until it's been violated. And that includes for people who are very sensitized, I think, to the issues. And then secondly, it's a right that potentially can be violated without you actually even realizing that you've been the victim of a violation. And then I guess thirdly, particularly when we talk about everything from those really difficult privacy notices that Lingi was talking about, to what your cell phone provider is doing with your biometrics, to what state security is doing with all its interception technology, all the sort of mechanisms and mechanics of that violation are actually invisible to the public. And so the case in Amubungani, which you refer to, is so important because as we've said, this was not just about a court that was willing to do the right thing, but it was actually about, that was the outcome of many years of investigative journalism, for example, to build up a case, build up kind of evidence that these abuses were happening and sort of explaining to the public what the significance of that was. And then secondly, there was these years of advocacy of trying to get the public to engage in these things and to get them to be, I think, genuinely concerned about the role that surveillance abuses were playing in the kind of broader social and political challenges that South Africa is happening. And then, I guess, thirdly, as Edmai was saying, there was also this academic and research work to create a policy framework that could kind of guide the court. And the judges are not sitting in a vacuum. They are also kind of receiving this information and being sensitized to that. And I think that all of those things are kind of crucial part of the glue that holds that whole thing together. And the reminder then is that it's not just about the judiciary that you can turn to, but it's actually all of the tools that we have together working towards making this one change. And now the court has ruled that South Africa's surveillance law needs to be amended. It's given a time frame. And actually now this becomes a political struggle because Parliament needs to introduce a bill and the public needs to engage with it and we need to shape it and all these other things. So I guess this is all to acknowledge that the work that's ahead is very difficult and it requires kind of every single component of the tools that we have to actually kind of make that change.
And I think in terms of that work, that brings me to the question I wanted to ask you initially. We are seeing that, of course, governments traditionally are there to look after our social justice interests. We rely on them to fight for civil liberties, etc., etc. But what's unique about this particular issue is that they also have interest in this particular data, especially when it comes to surveillance. But they seem to be the ones that are leading the enactment of this act, of these policies, etc. I don't want to say that we should mistrust government, but if we look at it historically, we always have to take it with a pinch of salt. Who should be the one driving that process of these policies and these regulations? Because they are the players with interest, but then they're positioning themselves also as the referees. Hunter?
Well, I think it's useful to remember that just like any kind of massive institution, the state is not like a single body, right? And what we actually see in South Africa is that you have different parts of the state that have these different impulses. So the security part of the state, they want the spying powers. They don't want anyone to get in their way. But you see other parts of the state are actually really concerned about the role that these surveillance abuses are playing. So, for example, aside from investigative journalists, as Lingewe said, maybe political activists, a number one target for abuse of surveillance is government officials. Policemen spying on other policemen, or anti-corruption investigators getting tapped, or judges, or these other things. And so there are many parts of government that want to close these loopholes actually just to protect themselves. members of parliament are very worried about surveillance technology, not because they're human rights bleeding heart liberals, but because they don't want their own phones being spied on. So there's that. And then, you know, the technology companies, for example, they want your data so they can sell you services, but they don't actually want your biometric data to register your SIM card. It's very expensive for them. It sits between them and their customer. They need to hire additional staff. So they might actually be unexpected advocates for progressive changes, right? So I guess the short answer is I don't think we should trust any single institution to fix these problems. This is something that requires the public to be at the center of the process, and civil society and the media sort of play a role there. But at the same time, I think that there are people who are going to be entrusted with this duty, you know, members of parliament, who do have some incentives to actually do the right thing as well.
At this stage, I just want to check with the moderator. Can I take a question or two from the floor? Where did oh, he's outside. Okay, I think since he's outside, I'll just take 2 or 3 questions quickly. And I want to implore you. You are all professionals and academics here. I will interrupt and have your mic cut. 1 question or comment, very brief. One question or comment, very brief. I will have your microphone cut. I'm very serious about time. Where is the roaming mic? Okay, that's one there. 1 question or comment. I'm very serious. Tech, please be on standby. After 1 question, you cut. There we go.
Thank you very much. Great panel. I just recently came across a paper by a scholar from Mauritius on Safe City projects and how it's working, the risk in Mauritius. I just want to check with you. Has any one of you working through Africa come across any such reality with the Safe City projects emerging? Thank you.
Thank you. So is that anyone in particular or anyone from the panel can respond? All right. There we go. We'll give him a chance and then we'll come here to front. All right. 1 question or comment. Please stand for the viewers at home.
1 comment. So I just would like to add 1 thought from my perspective in relation to media and journalists. My thought is surveillance and journalists in Africa, most of investigative journalists, or let's put it like all investigative journalists, they are targeted. We have seen, for example, in many countries, like in Togo, how journalists have been targeted via this Israeli software Pegasus. We also have seen in Morocco and in Algeria. My worry about that is litigation. Strategy. We have actually a case of 17 journalists in a process of litigation, strategic litigation, but our problem is it is taking a lot of time, lot of time. I don't know what is the thought of the panel, how to do or what to do so as to shorten the time for the litigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's usually a very serious affordability question. We're also facing it here in Namibia. That's a very, very relevant one. How do we shorten the amount of time it takes and the cost of litigation as well? 1 question or comment. Can you please stand for our audience that are online so they can see you?
Okay. Just on smart cities, Zambia has just switched on its cameras for smart cities, but the legislation is not yet complete, the CCTV legislation. My question, however, is I think this one can be taken by Hlengiwe. We have all these laws, access to information. Now we've got data protection. There's also cybersecurity, and now CCTV. In your view, where should all these laws sit? I mean, for example, in Zambia, access to information sits in Ministry of Information. The others I've mentioned sit in Science and Technology. CCTV sits in Home Affairs. Is there a case for them to sit in one place, or do we then risk creating a super agency or a super body which could then also later give us problems? So all these things, what would you recommend to say where can they sit?
That's a very, very important one, and I think it ties also into the issue around harmonizing some of the pieces of the legislation, because remember, data and the information highway, it's a global phenomenon. I'll take one more. Can we come this side? I think I don't want to be accused of geo-apartheid here.
Good afternoon. My name is Ekene once again. I think that we are approaching this conversation from just civil society lenses without looking at how the government views this. And that brings me to matters of national security. In our countries, harmonization of data is happening from bank verification data in Nigeria to national identity data to how you register for WAEC to how you register for driver's license. All of them are happening at the same time. And there's a policy that does make sense, if you ask me, where you have asked telecom operators to also link your phone numbers to those platforms. So everybody has that data, right? And they say that it is easier for me to track someone who has been kidnapped and who kidnapped the person when I have this information, when I'm able to pinpoint where you've been, where you are doing, and things like that. And all I hear us talk about is, yes, things that we do at our spaces, that particular word, national security, already covers it. Like, you go to that meeting and I tell you what is a matter of national security, you won't do anything in that space, right? So I'm wondering, how do we engage at that level, right? Engaging those policies, engaging those frameworks at that level. Why then using the things that we just spoke about as maybe laneways? Because no matter how you talk about privacy laws, surveillance, once it gets to national security, you lose that battle. Thank you.
Very important one there. So I think let me give you back to the panel quickly for some responses.
I think there's someone who's hand
If you have the brain power to remember all the questions, we can.
Can I?
Prof, please start one and then we'll give you that last one.
I just want to come in and think I want to respond to what is just raised. I think it's a very important issue that the national security issue must always be part of this conversation. But my problem with the issue of national security, when you look at the crafting of these policies, is vaguely defined in most of these policies. So it can easily be abused, and I think that's the problem that we have. So we are not saying that national security must not take precedence, but when you are defining the term national security, it must be precise. We must be able to measure it to say what exactly are you dealing with when you say national security, because it can easily become something that is out of this world and we can't even contain it. And I think the other problem that also comes with national security related issues is that, for example, some of the research that we've been doing with Mari and other guys, we've also realized that there's no link between, for example, mandatory collection of our IDs when we are buying SIM cards and the prevention of crime literally in South Africa. There is no correlation between these two. Yes, they want to use that argument that you can actually be able to track criminals and what, but we have seen that it's actually abused to actually target human rights defenders, target academics, target trade unionists, also target opposition leaders. So we need to be very, very, very careful in terms of trying to push back against that kind of an argument. And then the other issue that I just want to raise, I think it was the issue of smart city projects. For example, I think Tude has just pointed out about what is actually happening in Zambia, for example. In our recent book with my colleague Alan Munoriarwa, which is titled Digital Surveillance in Southern Africa, Politics and Policies, we actually look at what actually is happening in Zambia. And I think it's a classic case of where Chinese companies are increasingly entering that market for experiment. It's literally, Zambia has been turned into an experiment. And I think we really need to look at this and the way how people's rights are being violated in terms of right to privacy, but even the data collection that is happening arbitrarily outside of the remit of the law. And I think that is something that we really need to look, because we are likely to see the replication of these smart city projects throughout Africa before it's too late.
Let's get more responses to these questions. MC?
Yeah, I think if you really look at the Zambian case and you just see, really take everything that is happening with the collection of biometrics, you have that issue of security is a very, very big issue. And then you have the issue of from private companies, which is consumer protection. And it seems like most of these organs are leaning more onto that. that we are here to protect you, we are taking your data, that's why don't worry about it, you'll be safe. But nobody is really talking about where is this data stored? There was a case where in Argentina, for example, where a telecommunication company was hacked and millions of people's data was compromised as a result of that, and ransom was given. And we need to start asking some of these questions with the various data centers that are owning, like in Zambia, a private Namibian company, Parates, owns a data center in Zambia right now. With all these data centers that are now owned by these private individuals, how safe is our information in these data centers, and what mechanisms have they put in place so that, so that consumers, our data and information is protected? And these are questions that we need to ask and to push back when we are given the narrative of consumer protection and the narrative of security, state security, and all that. So we need to play on a smart defense and really question some of these that government and private sector is feeding us.
Yeah, just to urge you as my panelists to keep the responses a bit short as well. I think Klengi were an important one coming in on the issue around this different acts sitting in different pockets of the government bureaucracy.
Yes, indeed, and I suppose more will be coming as well as we embrace these technologies. Each piece of legislation that comes in, I think what is very important is that, in as much as we are looking at its implementation, there should be an oversight mandate which that law has to establish, come up with a relevant body that is responsible for the oversight. But overall, we need to have like the parliament equipped to play an ultimate oversight role. But one, the oversight role that is established in terms of that statute, it has to be independent enough to effectively play its role, and it also has to be accorded the necessary resources. This is human resources and also financial resources for it to effectively carry out its mandate. And allow me to just comment on the parliament. It speaks now to the people that we elect into our parliament, and now we're looking at these legislations that are becoming more and more technical. And for the parliament to effectively play that role, it means that the parliamentarians have to be equipped as well with the requisite knowledge as well, so that they can deal effectively with this. If you look at your parliamentarians right now in your country, and look at a cybercrime legislation, look at a data protection legislation, that's just think of 2, 3, 4 parliamentarians and think of whether they are in a position to carry out this mandate. Do they have like the know-how? Like, yeah, if I'm just thinking of the few that I know from my country, and I can imagine this
you can drop names, it's a safe space.
No, I still have to go back.
Thank you very much, Klengi. I want to bring in Hunter here as we're closing off the discussion. I think this will take us, we can spend another hour, and I will surely enjoy speaking to you as well. Unfortunately, I have to use my powers as a moderator to bring an end to all the questions and, of course, responses. I just want to bring Murray in quickly. In conclusion from your side, I think, Hunter, in your concluding remark, very brief, can you just quickly reflect also on that question around shortening the issue of litigation, the time that it takes for litigation on some of these issues? Hunter?
That's actually the one I wanted to speak to, and I didn't catch which country that our colleague was speaking about with regard to the Pegasus spyware, but unfortunately there doesn't seem to be a short road, right? Yeah. Even this Amubungani judgment, which I think is a significant victory, not only for South Africa, but hopefully for some of the neighboring countries as well, that can kind of start to take the same steps. That from the moment that court papers were finalized, it's been 7 years since then. And I think actually the lead up to that moment was even still a few years. So we're talking about a 10-year process. And all I can say to our colleague is that those steps are, I don't think there's a shortcut, but if those efforts by yourself and other colleagues actually leads to some progressive change, there will be many of us who will be grateful that they put in that time. And of course, as it's a long road, and if they get weary along the way, or if they need some kind of support from other civic actors in other countries where we can sort of work and collaborate and kind of support them, it's obviously that's one part of the way that we can make that those 7 years feel at least a little bit shorter. And that's unfortunately the best I can offer, is that it's a long journey, but it is actually a necessary one to walk.
Thank you very much, Hunter, for that intervention. I think our brilliant panel deserves a warm round of applause for the work today. I think the issue is that we know that it's a long walk that we have to take, but it's one that we really have to get involved in. We have to be the check and balance for government and civil society. I think all of you that are sitting in this room have a huge responsibility on your hands. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you to the panel. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much, Ricardo. I think you might have made a few enemies during your moderating. Please give it up once more for Ricardo and our wonderful panel. Unfortunately, we are way behind schedule, so I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Professor Guy Berger to provide, that is the landscaping on African media futures. What's next? Professor Guy Berger, yeah. Please give him a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Let me see if I can work this. Okay, go back here a bit. Okay, there you go. So, we're going to go really fast because I got 15 minutes, and then we're going to break to groups, and then we'll have tea, and then we'll come back and we'll combine responses to everything. So, landscaping. These are the things I'm going to go through, or if you're looking at landscaping, the scenarios, where we're starting from before. Scenarios where we want to get and where we're starting from, who's going to make the change, where do governments fit in, and other rule-making possibilities, journalism, how do we prioritize, and some homework. Because, as you know, I used to be a professor. Anyway, okay, so we're starting this little journey now, I think, with this landscaping, which I'm more familiar with the roadmap, so if this landscape turns into a roadmap. Anyway, okay, 10 years' time, will we have news deserts in the region, or will we have news oases in the desert? Will we have news savannas? Okay, who votes for number one? No, what will be? What will be? 10 years' time. Okay, who votes for number two, news oases in the desert, a few news oases? And who votes for news savannas? By which I mean all the animals can graze, that the journalism is the grass, and all the zebras and everybody else can come and eat. Who votes for the savannas? I don't mean the drink, the savannah. Okay, well, some of you don't even vote. I mean, what kind of apathetic people are you, really? Okay. Or who votes for this one? Fields of weeds. Huh? Okay, a few people. You seem to be evenly split, I think, in this thing, which is a bit weird. But anyway, okay. Well, who wants number one? Nobody. Who wants number two? Nobody. Who wants number four? No. Okay. Who wants number three? Yeah, okay. So that's the scenario we would like, and we can't agree on which scenario we actually think is going to happen in 10 years' time. Now, on the right there, you see a picture of Khadija Patel, and you know why she's speaking at the UN at the Press Freedom Day? Because she's part of the International Fund for Public Interest Media, and they're trying to seed the savannas for the future, and good luck. I think they're doing some good work. They don't have a lot of money, but they're trying to get more. Anyway, those are some people trying to influence the scenarios. So let's move on to the next point, the starting point. Oh, what about datification? What about it? You ask me later, okay. In hand, so we don't start this empty-handed consideration. We've got the Windhoek plus 30. So what does the F stand for? Freedom, free press. Okay, P. Pluralism. What does I stand for? Okay, so we got this knowledge that we need those three things. And Windhoek plus 30, as you know, added these other three. What's V? Geez, at least somebody's read the Windhoek plus 30. What is the T? Transparency. And C? C. Capacity of the audience, media and information literacy. Okay, and the S? No, that's under viability. Safety. So we've got 7 elements that we have in our hands. Okay, it's a big load to carry. And then, of course, we've got the 2019 declaration. So, we're not starting without a compass. We're not starting with blindfolds. We've got like this powerful 7 elements there. And probably we needed to add some stuff. Anything we should have added that we've got to take with us in looking at this landscape. F, P, I, V, T, C, S. Okay. Well, I think that it's part of your homework to think what we are needing to sort of add with us. And then we've got these things like World Press Freedom Day, and we've got IDUAI, International Day for Universal Access to Information, and we've got International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists, and we've got World Radio Day, and we've got Africa Day. So, I mean, we've got lots of moments in this thing as well. So we also know there's a calendar out there. So, okay, let's move on a bit further then. By the way, it's funny that nobody for P said privacy, because we've just been talking about privacy. So you obviously forgot what we were talking about. So maybe you need 2 PP there, not just 1 P. Okay, changes. Who's this? Who's Maria Ressa? Nobel Prize winner. Okay, and if you ever have a chance to read her book, it's as good as Gwen's book. Anyway, she's got an autobiography. An amazing person. Anyway, who drives change? Okay, who votes for, who makes changes that we have to look at along this way? Who votes number 1? States are the main drivers of change. Introducing the closed circuit TV in Lusaka. Nobody votes for states. Who votes for business? Wait, we're coming. These are sectors, okay? We're coming. These are sectors. Business. By business, well, they're all businesses, okay? But PR, you know what PR is. What's D for H? Disinformation for hire, okay? Who makes change? Civil society. Who wants to vote for civil society? Okay. Where is the media? Anton. Where does media fit in with these 3? Well, there's some media that's state media, there's some media that's business media, and there's some media that's community media. So, what do we make of media as an agent of change? It's fertilizer on the savannas. I don't think I think the state media is not quite the fertilizer on the savannas. It's more like the extraction of water. Anyway, but no, this is an interesting thing because, if you look at Maria Ressa, is she media? She's a journalist. So actually, Anton, I think you're right. You've got to look at journalists because there are some journalists in state media or public media. There are some journalists in business media. So it's really the journalists and the journalism. And so if we see them as factors for change themselves, but also that there's a whole infrastructure that supports people who do journalism, like a lot of you over here. So I think that's important. Okay, so let's move on a bit more in this landscaping situation. So now we come to this group that may or may not make change, may or may not make good change, may or may not make bad change. So what do states do? Okay, some states abstain or refrain, okay, they kind of hands off. And some states, as we know, they intervene, they repress. So you could say some refrain and some repress. And then some intervene positively. Okay, or maybe some states do all that. Oops, we had a problem there. What happened there? Okay. So this is important that we try and understand this role of the state in the particular countries or regions that we're working in, because what we wanted to abstain and what we wanted to intervene, and what do we not wanted to intervene for. And if you look at this, this is very quick and try and get you thinking. Europe, what kind of, where does Europe correlate here, do you think? Number 3, probably. USA, number 1. China, it's a mix, isn't it? Where does African states fit in? Okay, I think we could say maybe that Africa is a kind of a hybrid of some of these things. That we have some interventions that are really negative. We need more interventions that would be positive. And what we need is some abstentions as well. But in terms of trying to figure out, because we can't speak about regulation as if it's good or bad. It depends. Is it regulation that's going to support freedom of expression and protect it, or is it regulation that's actually going to, constrain it beyond what should happen? Here we go. Famous author in our midst. Journalism, finding favorites. Gwen. In the documentation for this conference, they said journalists should be responsible. What's your take on that? That's what governments always say. Okay, what's the difference between journalists being accountable as opposed to journalists being responsible? Accountable to the public, okay. But what is your standard of accountability? Accountable for doing what? I can be accountable to the public for giving them what they want. I'll give them the kind of pop and gossip. Truth. Okay, journalism, standards, etc. So I think this important comes back to that independence. Independence is not just that you're independent for the sake of being independent. You're independent within a frame of professional principles, etc., etc. So we also have to look at journalism because it's this whole thing about trying to map this landscape. We know that journalism is more and more hard to find because there's more and more other kind of content out there. I mean, you go on TikTok, you'll be hard pushed to find journalism. But if you go to Trevor Noah, you might find some journalism. Although last time I was in Namibia and I said this, a lot of people came and beat me up afterwards. They said, a journalist is a journalist. Probably Gwen takes that view. Anyway, I think Trevor Noah does some journalism. Anyway, the thing is that we know that journalism, it's got its problems, so it needs to be fixed a bit. What do you think needs to be fixed in journalism? If journalism is going to be a contribution, a signpost to the savannas, what needs to be fixed with it? Business model. Yep. Anything else? Trust. Well, I wasn't here yesterday, but I heard this morning you all said that there's a need for more inclusivity, gender equality, multilingualism, catering. So these are things that really got to be fixed if journalism is going to, make itself kind of, relevant. And I think what's important here is that people were speaking about, we need, the public, we need digital literacy and stuff. You can try and teach people all these literacies in schools about how important the press is, but actually journalism has to earn it as well. You can't tell people to appreciate the media if the media isn't worth appreciating. And so that's a really important issue, I think. So, okay, that's journalism in the mix. Let's move on to the swamps in the landscape. There's lots of crocodiles, lots of mosquitoes out there. They come out at night, and you don't always know them, but you can hear them. So the platforms we know, I haven't, I'm just stealing from somebody else. VVV, volume, velocity, virality, VVV, the platforms. And this is a question that was discussed this morning, one of the harms. But whose harms? I mean, what's harmful to some people is beneficial to the companies. They make a lot of money. What's harmful to other people is beneficial to foreign agents or government trolls or bullies or, So we really have to define those harms because just like the word responsible gets co-opted, the word harms Governments will say, we are regulating to stop harms. Sorry, we've got to say harms to human rights, and we have to say harms to dignity, to equality, to the right to political participation, the right to access to... We have to say harms. You can't say harmful content, because also all content, it depends, except for child sexual abuse material, but all other content, you can't say it's intrinsically harmful. It depends on the context. If you say that, I don't know, some kind of terror content from, Al-Shabaab is harmful, per se, then it means journalists can't even report that. So you always have to, anyway, I'm not going to stop raving on that thing. Anyway, we know that the platforms have lots of problems, and if you really want to see, I was shocked. I did some research indirectly for UNESCO through the research ICT Africa. And when I started looking at all the evidence, I read 800 sources, like thick reports. The amount of problems on the platforms is just unbelievable. The problems that they cause, or they correlate with, and the lack of their business models, but the lack of decent policies, the lack of implementation of policies, the bad spending patterns, they really are swamps, I'm sorry to say, on balance at this point in history. So we know that at the moment it's solo regulation. For each company regulates, not even industry regulation, unlike media. Okay, solo companies. So what do? We know also there's problems if you replace with solo government. So what's the answer? You don't want solo company, you don't want solo government. So, Brigitte, I think you know the answer. I'm not sure. How is community radio governed? Multi-stakeholder governance. Although it doesn't include, I think to govern these platforms, you need a multi-stakeholder governance, because you've got to dilute the power of the companies and dilute the power of the governments and use them to check each other. And then each of them, well, not that civil society has got a huge amount of power, but in media, for example, Jones, you've got to kind of have that thing going. And I think it's important because also even the government, it's undesirable if government regulates companies. It's probably also impossible that most African governments can regulate these companies. That what you need is a whole of society approach, and then you've got a little bit of potential. Because then the companies could face boycotts, the advertising industry gets a bit upset and everything else, get bad media coverage. But unless you have a whole of society governance, and I don't just mean at the normative level, I mean at the institutional level, the making of rules, the oversight of rules, the monitoring of rules, and the appeals against rules, you really need a multi-stakeholder approach. So anyway, we've got to build a platform of multi-stakeholder stuff to govern the platforms. And I think that's the third way. I just wanted to say also something else. That Article 19 has this concept of social media councils, which some people are trying somewhere. So that's a social media council, a bit like a press council, but it includes platforms and it includes some governmental representatives, a bit like, I suppose, the Kenyan Media Council in some ways. So, yeah. The last thing I want to say is, modularity. I'm almost finished, so you can go there. Modularity, basically, the EU has the Digital Services Act. They're going to try and regulate everything about the platforms, from bullying through to promotion anorexia, through to foreign interference, through to monopoly in advertising, ad tech, and so on. Like, come on, nowhere in Africa are you going to be able to do this. So you have to modularize which issues are going to be amenable, and it may be different for different issues. So if you're going to try and have regulation for elections, you put together, election management body can lead, that's the official body, but they need to bring in a few other regulators who have a stake in that. They need to bring in the advertising industry, they need to bring in the media, they need to bring in political parties and so on. Then you cook up a recipe to regulate platforms during elections. But if you come to Ebola, then you've got a different configuration that's going to get going. If you come into media viability, again, you've got to kind of figure out who's the relevant stakeholders there. So you have to modularize this thing and prioritize. Anyway, that's basically what I've kind of learned. By the way, who's this? Pansy. Pansy, without Pansy, we would probably not be here today. We would not have had all this advance on the International Day for Universal Access, etc., etc. Anyway, Pansy is now hot on the platforms, as Mukulani will tell us. Okay, the last thing I want to say is this area here, which is about what vehicle we choose to traverse this landscape. And so, if you start looking, and I did a quick review, lawfare, it's been incredibly successful in Africa. I just mentioned a couple of cases, I think they're here. The African court, impunity, criminal defamation, impunity with the Norbert Zongo case. ECOWAS court, by the way, ECOWAS court also on impunity. But Twitter, the Nigerian government banned Twitter, and ECOWAS courts basically said, you will never do this again. You've got to set up a system. I mean, incredibly good gains. Kenyan court, there's some cases before the Kenyan court at the moment. There's an Ethiopian professor who was murdered during the Ethiopian conflict. And basically his son said that he was doxed. All his information about where he lives and so on was put on Facebook, and they asked Facebook to remove it. Facebook, of course, did nothing. People ambushed him at his house, shot him dead. So the son he's opened a court case which the Kenyan court has accepted to hear. This is quite important, whether at the end, a little family from Ethiopia can fight Facebook's lawyers, I don't know. But still, it's important. And as you know, Daniel Motuang, the whistleblower moderator from Facebook, he's also brought a case against them. And he's also organizing an association of content moderators in Africa. So good for him. But that brings me to the other thing, because this is great, this lawfare, but the danger is you leave youth on the sidelines with this. It becomes a legal game. It's like for the experts, the geeks, the kind of international associations come in and join. And it's really useful, really important. But basically, if we're going to leave youth on the sidelines, when youth are the future, I mean, then we don't really have much sort of hope. So, my generation, Gwen's generation, Edith's generation, Isaac's generation, who else is here? Luxon. I mean, there are too many old people here. Where are the students? Why didn't Namibia Polytech bring its students to this occasion? Anyway, we have to get youth people, if we're going to get through this landscape, because otherwise, I tell you, we have no fuel in the engine. People are moving on, this generation of leadership. So here's your homework, which you don't have to do now, but you can do this at your leisure. So you take our points there, add a P there, and then just kind of put some things in this grid about these points we've raised. Because I think it'll be interesting if you put an A, B, and a C, you can begin to prioritize, like which of these things you think is actually going to be worth putting energy in, because we can't do the whole thing. I mean, what is the most important of these? And doing something like this, I think, will. That's it. So there you go. There's an institute at University of Pretoria called Future Africa, so I found that photograph that I thought, well, it's appropriate to this. So thank you, and I hand back to the moderator who can give us instructions for where we're going. I hope I got you thinking a bit, and that you'll come back from your groups really animated, dynamized, inspired, and insightful. And you'll incite us. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Professor Berger. As I said, he flew in this morning from Frankfurt, and he still has more energy than I, and I'm probably half his age. Or anyway, we're going to break now for our 3 sessions. They are namely tech platforms and media sustainability, that will be convened by Michael Markowitz. Furthermore, keeping community media in Africa alive, that will be convened by Brigitte Jaloff, pardon me. And furthermore, we'll also have the algorithmic decision-making, artificial intelligence, and the future of journalism in Africa, which will be convened by Theron Pillay. Theron, there you are. I see Michael and I see Brigitte. Please just check your names on the outside, and of course, do enjoy the session. You have 45 minutes for the session. I'm hoping we could all be back here by 5 p.m. And then, of course, I'll provide our feedback and engagements here. Thank you so much. Brigitte is here as well, so yes.
Conveners, can you come and sit up here? Then it'll be easier. So I had quite a difficult thing because I went to each group and I didn't want to leave. But I had to leave. So I'm also really eager to hear everything that they said. So what I propose is...
Our group welcomed policy initiatives on media sustainability in the global south in countries like Brazil, South Africa, and Indonesia. And we also noted Australia's world first law requiring bargaining between news media and the platforms and imminent legislation elsewhere. We agreed that the starting point about any discussion on dealing with the anti-competitive conduct and dominance of the platforms has to be to recognize that news and public interest journalism is a public good and that it's a core underpin of democracy. And that is your rationale for any type of intervention. The debate is whether their behavior is anti-competitive is really not one that we need to focus on, but what to do about it. We wanted to put a caveat that dealing with the anti-competitive, extractive conduct of platforms is not a panacea to solving the problems of sustainability and dealing with news deserts. And we mentioned Prof. Franz Kruger had dealt with this comprehensively in his great paper, Greening African News Deserts. However, there was agreement that competition authorities are best placed to deal with the conduct of the platforms, and reference was made to a 2022 joint statement by competition authorities from Egypt, Mauritius, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria on the digital economy. There was agreement that there needs to be an intervention at competition law level, and we saw that this was recognized in the Joint Declaration on Media Freedom and Democracy on the 3rd of May 2023. The two main reasons to seek competition law intervention were as follows: consumer protection and to create fair market conditions. And then there was also an agreement that there needs to be an Africa-wide approach to the platforms based on the Competition Authority Joint Statement, our many declarations, and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We agreed that information about the South African Competition Commission inquiry should be disseminated across our countries to encourage similar inquiries in Africa's democracies. And while these platforms provide opportunities for newsrooms to reach larger audiences, we agreed that they do exert a control over the flow of news and revenue streams and control, very importantly, the customer and consumer data. There was a view that competition authorities can force the platforms to disclose critical information about how they monetize customer data and extract their own value from news content. An interesting point was made was that newsrooms can't live without the platforms, but also can't seem to live with them. And the point made was, well, can they live without the news? And we referred to the backlash when they withdrew from Australia, and it was clear that news is very important to them. We also agreed, and I'm coming to the end now, we need global principles to guide the implementation of bargaining codes and other measures on taxation, subsidies, competition, and antitrust regulation. The principles should help guide the design and evaluation of public policy mechanisms that oblige digital platforms and news providers to trade with each other on fair terms. And second last point, there's a need for methodologies to fairly value our expensively produced news content with a view to getting proper compensation from the platforms. And lastly, discussions also focused on an ecosystem approach, noting the anti-competitive nature of not just the platforms in themselves, but also their app stores. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm going to give you my provocation now, and then you have to hold your response and get really frustrated. But because it segues to Brigitte. So, what occurs to me that if you look at the history of the rise of the platforms, when Google first started producing search links to news copy, of course they made money, especially because they could sell advertising next to it. But in the end, the media got a bit of value because they got a bit of traffic to their websites. Then you have Facebook, which has got a different model. And Facebook doesn't want you to leave to go and visit a website. So Facebook tries to keep you there. so that doesn't work in the same way as Google. And actually, Twitter's the same. Recently, Elon Musk said that he revealed that if you have a tweet with a hyperlink, it gets demoted, it doesn't get shown to as many people. So basically, they want to keep you in that space. So, your media can get a bit of visibility, but you're going to get less traffic. And now we come to the dear old ChatGPT, which gives you answers, and it seeks to engage you because it's a chattery, friendly, animated, anthropomorphized, trustworthy source. And it doesn't even tell you where the information comes from. So you've got this extractive relationship, and now you've got an apex predator, which is drawing from Michael and all his media buddies who are paying for the content. And this apex predator is getting all your stuff, and you're getting no traffic out of it whatsoever. So I can see why they want to fight with these people. Now, what he said, which was quite interesting, is that in the Australian model, when you fight with these companies, it's quite good to have Rupert Murdoch on your side, because then they'll listen. And he said in Australia, some of the smaller media got a bit of a look in. I wonder if community media are going to get any look in if the big media in South Africa get a deal, if the community media, NCRF, will be part of that deal. Probably not.
As long as it doesn't go to the MDDA, they should get something.
We'll see. When the big media companies are wanting to kind of allocate money on the basis of how much traffic comes to their websites, and the poor little community media barely have a website. So power. This is an interesting question. How does power play out, which could actually expand the media landscape? So think of it and come back more. Now we're going to go to. No, I have one more question. Sorry, one more provocation. These guys, they want to kind of fight big tech, okay? It's a bit like in the environmental space. You want to say, you fossil fuel industry, you've got to pollute a bit less. No more oil spills in the Nigerian Delta. And you must generate more carbon-friendly products and so on. But actually what the world needs is not just to, get big oil to behave better. It needs alternative energy. So this is also the provocation. Is there not a way that you and your constituency and your recommendation can encourage media to do alternatives outside of the big tech? Because otherwise you're just playing this game of, there's the big giant and we'll just try and get the money from the big giant. And, okay, but hold it. Berkito.
Thank you very much. And this is a very generous culture of thanking everybody and everyone. And I should also like to thank very much for giving space for community media in this important context, and for the group that I was just working with, all the valuable contributions. And we started out by agreeing that where in many of the sessions there's been a discussion of how on these digital platforms will ordinary people outside of the urban centers find their place. And we agreed, well, let's talk about community media. So we did that under a theme called Keeping Community Media in Africa Alive. And we reminded each other initially, as Zoe did yesterday, that the African Charter on Broadcasting talked about a three-tier system where we have public broadcasting, we have commercial broadcasting, and we have community broadcasting. And we looked to the Universal Declaration and to the African Commission of Human and People's Rights, the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression, where Article 15 starts, states shall facilitate the establishment of community media as independent, non-profit entities. So this is given. States shall do that. Some do that, but there are lots of challenges. And our first question actually related to a mapping of the challenges. And I will present the main challenges and some of the solutions that we managed to discuss in the group one by one. First of all, it was clear that the legal framework needs to be in place. That is the one that defines what is community media and what can be done within that space. Furthermore, we talked about the lack of understanding in many countries at all levels, from government and legislators and local communities and civil society and media houses. What is community radio? So it's very important to have a clear definition. It could partly be given by the national legislation, but not only. We need to make sure that there are clear legislation, clear rules, and that within each station you also have a set of a very clear definition of why is it we are here, what is it we are here to do, and how are we going to do this. There was a discussion as another challenge, the capture of community media and the pop community radios that came up during the end of the 90s, early 2000s, where stations and communities had realized, local media had realized that you might be able to solicit some donor funding if you called yourself a community radio. Also for that reason we find it's very important with clear definitions internationally but also nationally and locally. What is a community media? Is this a community media that we are having? And it's important to clarify ownership, because there's a lot of this capture of community radios that may have started as sincere community radio initiatives, but they can be captured by states, by the local authorities, by the church, by political parties, or by commercial interests. So we reminded each other and we agreed in our group about what we can call the non-negotiables of community media. And that includes participation, community ownership, as I just mentioned, celebrating the local culture, ensuring the use of local languages, celebrating local culture, local music, in order for the local identities to be strengthened and the community medium actually being an alternative to all the other media offers that are there. We talked about fees, and we heard that in Zambia, 3,000 euros were asked as an annual fee for a community radio station. It was not payable, or no, it was not. It was Namibia? I wrote it somewhere. Just a minute. Let me get that right. 5,000 euros in Guinea-Bissau and $300 in Zambia, and both amounts were insurmountable for the community media. So we agreed on, of course, community media are public goods. It's a human right. It should not cost anything. We talked about technical challenges, and some of the solutions identified was to work with other radio stations and networks where there might be some technical capacities that could benefit more than one radio. We talked about working together with churches that might have stronger setups, more special capacities, and possible collaboration with national broadcasters, where in exchange for local portraits and community stories that they have difficulty covering, they could maybe offer some technical assistance. And in the financial area, we started a beginning and came up with a whole catalog of possible solutions, including the identification of using the 1% universal funds, also to strengthen community media through independent facilitating bodies, clarity on what kind of advertisement and whether advertisement at all. And based on all of this, we ended up by, ta-da, Birgitte and her papers. This was not it. This is it. Got it. That we endorse and we radicalize slightly the Principle 15 on community media from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where it says states shall facilitate the establishment of community media as independent non-profit entities with the objective of developing and disseminating content that's relevant to the interests of geographic communities, sharing common interests such as language and culture. And this understood behind all of this is that we know what community media are, as I've just said. The second point in this principle is that the regulation of community broadcasting shall be governed in accordance with the following principles: the ownership, management, and programming of community broadcasters shall be representative of the community. We also agreed that could prevent some of the struggles that sometimes come up if stations are not representative. Second point, licensing processes shall be simple, expeditious and cost-effective, and guarantee community participation. Third point, licensing requirements shall fulfill the objectives of the community broadcasting and shall not be prohibitive. And we agreed that not prohibited means it shouldn't cost anything. States shall allocate a fixed percentage of available or radio frequency spectrum to community broadcasters to encourage diversity. This was all of our answers to the first of 5 questions. We did begin slightly to address, are there any technical challenges, any technical opportunities that could lessen some of these challenges that we had identified. There were a number of suggestions in terms of these technical support networks. There were a few others, and one that's standing out is in Zambia, Internews with 20 community radio partners testing, is that the word, piloting the use of artificial intelligence to see what can it do, and we quickly agreed that that would also be a good reminder to get very strong media and information literacy, fact-checking, and so on in place, because otherwise, of course, you can't. But we are all looking very much forward to hear from their experiences. If we had had 3 more hours, you would have had more answers, but I think I used my time.
Well,
thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that was really rich, and it segues into the next group. But just before we get there, 2 provocations for you to respond to later. You said there are these non-negotiable norms, and the question is, if there's a risk of local media being captured in the same way as national public broadcasting, he knows, he was on the board of SABC. If there's a risk at local level where people are a bit more vulnerable also, how will you get your norms enforced? Who are the allies of people to push back against the capture? Don't answer now. Okay. But the second question for you is that I can testify from some experience that I was in a small town in South Africa now called Makanda, and there was a community radio station which sometimes was captured by religious people, sometimes by Rastas, sometimes by would-be DJs and so on. Anyway, it was great, but they had no news. So it was still a news desert for the majority of people in the town. So, is there a recommendation that can realistically address the role of community media? Because it's not just participation and voice, it's also journalism. Okay. Right. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Oh, it is on. Hi, everybody. I had the pleasure of convening the discussion on algorithmic decision-making, artificial intelligence, and the future of journalism in Africa. So I'll just run you through some of the issues that we spoke about, of which there were many, and we didn't get to explore all of them in great depth, and then I will sum up with our recommendations, conscious that I'm doing the graveyard shift of the graveyard shift here. So we started out by just kind of contextualizing AI, by speaking about the speed at which it develops and the hype that surrounds it, by trying to understand how to think about a technology that evolves so quickly, and by thinking about the distinction between algorithmic decision-making and AI, which I don't think we have time to rehash here. We then honed in on generative AI, the hot hype topic of the moment. And we did 2 things. First, we thought about how can AI enhance the work of journalists as opposed to replace them, and then we thought about the risks. So on the point of enhancement, I think after batting it back and forth, ended up with a few places where it seemed clear AI could improve journalism. So firstly, in automated monitoring of the news and of broader developments in the gathering section of the news production process, in data-driven journalism, in using AI to detect patterns and find trends in masses of data, in things going around the world, and in personalizing content, both at the level of I guess an advancement of SEO, search engine optimization kinds of things, and then even more personally based on your own information, Also on translation, on the idea that in the near future it might be possible to use AI to translate lots of indigenous languages that currently are under-resourced and underrepresented. I think that most of these go to the case of business efficiency, right? And also to the case of increasing accessibility. We concluded that the real risk here isn't to humans writ large, but to humans not using AI. And I think it does seem true that a human with an AI is more powerful than either a human or an AI by themselves. In terms of the risks, we explored the trust issues that come with, a lot of journalists, a lot of good journalism, I suppose, comes from having personal relationships with your sources, from getting people to trust you. And how do you generate trust with a machine? Not something we have an easy answer to, but something we discussed. We also tried to think about where rural media fits into this and how they might benefit from all of this. We thought about the challenges of maintaining editorial standards in a context where you can spin up fake information or information that has no real relationship with the truth almost instantly. And we thought more broadly about some of the longer-run existential risks that might be precipitated by this kind of technology. Ultimately, I think the thing that came across strongly for us was the need for Africans, especially Africans in the media, to be involved in encoding values in AI, because we think that that is the way in which you get inclusive systems, systems that are sensitive to the local contexts of the places in which they operate. And that is a point that I personally find incredibly exciting, because I think that it pushes against the concerns of this technology being imported from the global north, this technology being a force for colonialism. I think that if we can understand how, as media professionals and in and around the media, how we can design these systems to reflect our own values, then we can get somewhere. We also thought about issues of media sustainability and honed in on the need for people to have training dedicated to handling and working with these kinds of systems. We thought about what distinguishes Africa in this conversation, because a lot of what we said about the future of journalism in relation to AI is universal. But we thought about the lack of capacity and the lack of understanding of what AI is and how it can enhance work as being something relatively particular to Africa, as is the opportunity that's presented by the multiplicity of languages on this continent. AI has the potential to intervene there. We also touched on the complex ethical questions around using these systems and thought about issues like when you should disclose that they have been used in the production or the targeting or the dissemination of news. So that's the broad overview. I'll hone in on the recommendations now, some of which overlap and some of which I've already mentioned. I think we have 7, but they won't feel like 7. I'm going to say them quickly. First, education and training for the media. We think it's crucial that especially whether you're a small newsroom, civil society, but across the board, it's important to understand how you can use and how you can train AIs. We thought about a declaration encouraging usage to reflect what we just said about how there is a rising tide and you might be left behind if you aren't building these kinds of processes into your reporting. We thought about what I said earlier about the need for African involvement in fine-tuning, which is kind of a technical term, but it's the point where we get the AIs to have certain values. We say, this is good, this is bad. We thought about the need for media organizations to have comprehensive AI strategies, to agree internally on how they cover this topic, on who's responsible for reporting on it, and all those kinds of more nitty-gritty details. Yeah, and then some more broader ideas of recommendations is the need for collaborations between organizations, between the media and big tech, which is a term we've said a lot today, and also between, wow, I fully cannot read my writing, but stakeholders, other stakeholders. Yeah, the sixth one is also flowing from what I said. The need, we agreed that whatever the precise form is, there's a need to disclose when AI was used in generating media, perhaps by putting it in the byline or elsewhere. And we noted that, for example, the Financial Times on the weekend, the editor of that publication released a statement saying exactly that. We think that's a good trend and we would support it. And then just most broadly, we think that there's a need for common standards across industries to establish common usage, to understand how we can use these AI systems for good. And our broad conclusion was that I did a spot poll, and most people seem to agree that AI systems will probably be a net positive for journalism in Africa if we understand how to use them, how to make the most of them. Thank you.
Okay. Again, I'm not picking on the messenger because I want you to respond also, but here's your provocation. And I'm very glad this gives me the chance to speak about datification, which I couldn't do. If you remember my slide, I said datification. So, as we know, all AI, it depends on data. Okay? So where does this data come from? If we remember, Africa is a data desert relative to other parts of the world. People are not connected. There's not the same amount of data. So I think this is one important starting point. And I think another important starting point is to know who's with you. So you said, if I quote you, you said, a human with AI is better than a human without AI. But are you alone with AI? Are you just chatting to the ChatGPT? No, of course you're not. You chat to GPT, but it's going through to a back channel. So there's three in a relationship here, okay? And so AI comes with a shadow. And you may know that this New York Times journalist, Kevin Roos, he said to AI, well, have you got a shadow self? And then it started getting into a mode from romantic literature and so on, and it said, I do have a shadow self, and I think it loves you. And he started getting a bit freaked out. He said, but what are you? How can you, a bit of artificial intelligence, love me? And he said, what are you? And it said, I'm here to inform and engage. And that's the key word, to engage, because the longer it keeps you, the more data it gets from you. And probably with some of these other versions, the more advertising it can show you as well. So it's the same old big tech story. And so when you're using this stuff, you can't think you're using AI in isolation of all these companions that come with it. So I think that's important. And when you coming back a bit to media, but to viability also, if you wanted media to use artificial intelligence, people can get free access to Google Analytics, and they can use that to analyze their business side. But Google Analytics gets the data also, so they also know then what's going on with you. And exactly the same when you're using for news production, you're basically teaching the machine, and so you're giving, and you're getting it free in some cases, most cases, but you're paying with data. So now if you come back to this question, Africa is a data desert. And you're getting a service, but you're giving away African data free. Okay. And then you're going to try and generate a bit of resource, a bit of journalism out of that. Very good. But these are things that I think one has to really think about. So when you're speaking about training journalists, do you train them about this bigger picture, or you just train them how to be a slave to the machine? A very effective slave, but a slave. So this also then brings me to the last point here that so data, we want to know who's going to own the data, who's going to use the data, will they sell it, will they use it for surveillance software, will they use it to try and target advertising and political advertising, manipulate you or whatever, will they give you a filter bubble or feed, will they algorithmically amplify certain content towards you? So who's using this data? But we also have to ask, because you are now contributing to the global supply of data owned by a few people by using this stuff, which maybe means that the results will be a bit more representative. They won't be so narrow-minded as to be English language, Western knowledge set. They might be, enriched. But what kind of data do we want to develop in Africa? People here know Chinese companies busy getting facial recognition data for digital IDs in Zimbabwe. Do we want facial recognition data? In Uganda, there's a Russian company getting data from people's, well, it's supposed to, it's not, but it's tracking people's number plates. Do you want that? How do these things play in the geopolitics of Africa? And do you want data, for example, in Rwanda, who is Tutsi and who is Hutu? Because when that data is there, it can be used by certain actors. So we have to also think data is not something just inherent. As you all know, well, maybe you don't know, I'll just tell you very quickly, and then I'm going to pass. There's a Facebook advertising manager, and I read this stuff when I read these 800 resources on this stuff. Facebook advertising manager. He explained that when they put an advert for Donald Trump on Facebook, they were using big data analytics to place adverts. How many data points do you think they used? So there's an advert that's coming to, say it's coming to you. How many calculations went into putting that advert on your Facebook feed?
Thousands, millions.
2 million. That's what this Facebook advertising manager said. 2 million. And it's based on his past details of what he's interested in, what time of day, how long he spends on these things. It's based also on his cell phone battery. Why they collect your cell phone battery, I don't know. Maybe they're going to tell him he needs to buy a new phone, so they're going to advertise him a new Samsung or whatever phone he uses. They also do it because he's friendly with these two, and they say that these two have spent half a second looking at the advert. And so if they spend half a second, maybe, now he's come online, so maybe they'll show it to him. So it's very dynamic. But 2 million data points. I bet you didn't even know that they collect such a lot of stuff, and that's how the whole system works. It's all, of course, automated. So that's the power of artificial intelligence, and we need to be a bit cautious and skeptical about it. So when, as was said in the group on AI, media should adopt AI strongly. Yes, and, well, but. So I hope you're going to respond to that. Let's hear from the audience here first, and then we'll come back to the other people. Please. Are there any mics, roving mics?
Can I steal a mic from here? Thank you, Michael.
If you need a mic, go to Michael. Look, it was a genuine joke. It's not an artificial intelligence joke. It's okay.
So on the issue of tech platforms and media sustainability, and referring back to the brief discussion yesterday about the UNESCO Internet for Trust guidelines for regulating digital platforms for information as a public good. And linking to what Michael said about the need for some kind of framework, if I understood him correctly, for the relationship between media and big tech. The current version 3 of the guidelines have 0 references to media and any relationship between, or any obligations to support or highlight credible news. So while UNESCO has done a lot over the past few years to promote information as a public good and journalism as a public good, I find it concerning that this document does not refer to this at all. And with tech platforms acting as major conduits in distributing information in the public interest, including from news media, I think the guidelines should deal with the obligations and responsibilities of tech platforms in achieving universal access to credible news sources, but also as an antidote for spreading mis- and disinformation. So my proposal is that we put in the resolutions of this conference a few very specific recommendations. First, that the guidelines should include an acknowledgement that the constructive relationship between tech platforms and credible news sources will enhance the role of tech platforms in providing information in the public interest and fight disinformation. 2, an obligation on tech platforms to use their algorithms and other content decision-making processes to prioritize news in the public interest and provide wide access to such content. 3, fair compensation of news sources by tech platforms to ensure the viability of news media. And 4, transparency of data and algorithms in relation to news content, in so doing providing the news media with information to better serve news audiences on the platforms. Thank you.
Other points? I can't speak on behalf of UNESCO, by the way. I used to be. But I know that we have told them your very good point. France.
Thanks. I wanted to respond to your one provocation. Not, I mean, Michael may want to respond differently, and that's fine, of course. This question about small players benefiting from a bargaining code. I mean, I think it's, as you correctly highlight the issue of power, which is, central to any of these arrangements. I mean, it does seem to me that an alertness to that problem may suggest solutions. I mean, you may simply write into the code that there's got to be representation from, a representative body or somebody speaking on behalf of small media, and that's simply a requirement. I mean, it's probably more complex than that, but it seems to me that there may be solutions to be found to that. But I have a question to anyone, actually. Michael said towards the end that it would be useful to determine the kind of value of material used online. And I want to say, I mean, it's not just that value, it's the value of the data. I mean, as you've highlighted, it's the value, the kind of advertising that's kind of extracted, et cetera, et cetera. And my question is this, to anyone, I mean, are there methodologies that are able to put a value to the impact of the big tech platforms on media ecologies more generally? I mean, has somebody done that work? I don't know. Maybe you do.
Okay. Maybe one or two more. And then we'll give the last word to the guinea pigs up here.
Thank you, Prof. I just want to maybe go somewhere in responding to Prof. Kruger's question, which is that there actually has been some work done in the Australian inquiry, which was commissioned and paid for by the big tech companies, working together to determine the value that they contribute to news organizations. I think the issue is the other way around, because they've created the platforms have really fought very hard to create a black box and preserve the black box around, how they organize their data, how they collect their data, what data it is that they're specifically collecting, and then most importantly, how they monetize it in order then to, sell the value of, the news and information output of news organizations. And so I think that we are part of the work that we're going to have to do in order to realize some of these proposals is to start kind of developing and working with others who've tried this before, kind of frameworks for calculating that value. That's one approach, but it has to go hand in hand with a kind of market inquiry approach through the competition lens, I think. Because there, depending on which jurisdiction you're in, there might be the availability of facilities to, open up those data to a judicial officer who's then able to make a determination as to, actually how much it is, what is the value, and whether platforms are fleecing news organizations as we know and see they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments on the other two groups or from the other two groups? I hope we're going to just get over here, the corner. AI in the newsroom and community media.
Thank you. Oh, I should rise. Okay. I'll definitely touch on community media, and I'm really excited that it was part of the conversation, and we had somebody, drive that conversation. And my question is, I mean, given the shift in the digital sphere, the evolving nature of technology, and how almost the the origination of community media is also kind of changing, you know, whereas when it started, or the nature and the culture of community media started with the dependence of community engagement, participation, and literally being the mirror of the community or society they are located in. And now with the issues of, you know, sustainability, censorship to a certain extent, issues of funding, etc. And I know a number are crying with the mere fact that now it's even becoming a competition issue when you're talking commercial media at the same time. So I'm quite interested to just hear more views on your experience in terms of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take one more on the question of AI in the newsroom. Anybody in that group who wants to add something? No? Covered. You're not going to help him out with the provocation. Anton is very quiet there. Chris is very quiet. Okay. Well, let's hear from you.
Well, I actually noticed about 5 or 6 provocations.
Yeah,
but let me just start with my starting point is that, you know, it's not a fight with big tech for the sake of it. Everyone's coming from the starting point that their behavior and conduct is potentially unlawful, okay? And if you start from that point of view that, you know, competition law determines what conduct in the market is lawful and unlawful, and if an inquiry determines that their conduct is unlawful, then it's a question of remedy. What is the remedy? And that, you know, one has to be open-minded about. But that's where my starting point is. You can't sit back and say, well, it's so complex, it's so big, they give value, they give value to the news media, how do we work it out? I think the starting point is, as long as their conduct is lawful, then that's fine, and that's yet to be determined in our context, and I think that's a very important starting point, because certainly we cannot condone unlawful conduct, no matter how big and dominant they are, they have to behave lawfully. Your apex predator point was a very, very good one, very good provocation. I mean, one of the things that I'm interested in, and maybe it came up in the AI group, is to what extent copyright law is going to find it more difficult to deal with it, because there are people who start to say, well, you know what, you might have put it into a machine and thousands of versions, and it's hard to tell which one it is. And yes, all artists are influenced by other artists, but is there a copyright issue? Is there an intellectual property issue for creators, not just talking news, but I'm talking all creators of content, that is yet to be determined? And I think that's how I deal with the apex predator. You may be right that probably it might be too complex to solve, but you can see people starting in the States to say, hang on a second, you know, you used my content, I didn't get any compensation. Then on the community media point, I think France dealt with it. In Australia, what happened, and I think what would have to happen here, is you would have to form alliances of small media, because what happened is funders and donors capacitized these alliances of small media with lawyers, with economists, and they went and bargained together in alliances. And that's one way to deal with it. I don't think you would want community media on their own as a single entity dealing with big tech, and it's one way to deal with it. And then my last point would be...
I think that should be a recommendation, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
The alliances.
And I think the last point really is this is definitely, and I said it at the outset, it's not a panacea for journalism's problems. There are many others that have been well documented. I think we're just looking at an area into saying, is this fair behavior? Is this lawful conduct? And if it isn't, what is to be done about it? Okay?
Should I just take over, Guy?
Please.
Good. Okay, thank you very much for the third question. I look forward to answering it. But first of all, for the 2 challenges posed by you, Guy, you asked what about the non-negotiables, and if you experience pushback and capture initiatives, how are you going to deal with that? And I would like to take a few steps back because we try to save some time when reporting back. And actually, it's not bad to be a local radio. You don't have to be a community radio. A local radio, a rural radio, a regional public service broadcaster, a local radio is fine. Community radio is something else. It's not a quick fix. It's something that requires some facilitation, some planning, usually mobilization of the community, as we also talked about at some length in our group, that the community identifies, why are we here, what do we want, which is also partly an answer to your second question, Guy. It has to do with a good management structure where you know what you do, you know where you're going, you know why you are going, and very often community media, these types of structured and well-planned community media have an inspection committee. It could be a local civil society organization that support them, and the board who oversees daily functions, and the others can step in when there are challenges. I could see that as a possible function. And then I had also, as we also said in our feedback, like you called it alliances, Michael, we called it networks, local networks, national networks that have exactly the kind of facilities that you were mentioning. So without the non-negotiables, it may not be a community radio. It may just be a local radio, and that's fine. You talked about the news desert and the journalism. Would community media risk to be... you had met community media that suddenly were out of content. And as I was just saying, community identification of what it is we are all about, to be dealing with some of the challenges we have, to use the station. That is how I see community media. That is how I interpret the community media definition, as a platform for human rights, for achieving our human rights in so many areas, for access to information, access to official information, access to our indigenous knowledge, and maintaining and celebrating our local intangible heritage in so many ways. And this is where I just talked about participation as one of the non-negotiables. And one of the things that comes from this is that, for example, women, in all the impact assessments I've carried out of community media, the changes in women's lives, lack of less violence against women, better women's health is being addressed, it's being demystified, tabooized, lots of positives in that sense, in terms of family life, in terms of other marginalized groups. I could go on, but let me just stop with these examples. So if you're talking a community medium, I don't see it becoming a news desert, or a part of a news desert, if it maintains these non-negotiables. And what happens if suddenly a station loses all of this direction? Yeah, then the question is whether the board or whether you say that we no longer live up to our strategic plan, our vision, our mission. I don't know. I don't have an answer to you on that here now. But it is definitely by the thorough establishment and definition and work to create that community platform for development and empowerment, to say it a little bit
okay.
Funnily.
So the third question?
Yes, the third question, sorry. You were saying, you were saying what happens now when with all these different challenges with censorship and competition and so on. What happens with community media? I have not
and technology.
I'm sorry.
Technology.
And technology. I can say that in Europe we have we've discussed this a lot. Because of the podcast coming and somehow replacing community media, saying the role of community media, as you were also saying, is where we meet and where we debate who we are and where we want to go and what is happening in our decision making of our community and how can we deal with it. If it is replaced by podcasts where the individual creator sits with his or her audience, what do we do? And we have come up, we've started a process of saying maybe we can actually join podcasters and create a new kind of community around that, answering some of these technical changes, because we still need to not be working in isolation. It doesn't address all your questions, but I think I've said enough.
Okay, you can continue bilaterally.
Yeah, thank you. I felt 6 provocations from you, so I'm going to try to give 6 responses. Not all of them are complete, and I guess I obviously cannot speak for my group.
And you got no support from your group.
Yeah, which is fine though.
Just
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. So firstly, on the point of a data desert, I think that's interesting. I think that's true historically, but I think you also told us earlier that we're the fastest growing continent. We're going to have all these young people inbound. And I think the whole point of this conference, a huge part of it, is hoping to get them online, get them connected, have access to the internet, right? So it seems like going forward, that data desert may become filled, may become more like a savanna. Then on that sub-point of the geopolitics of it, yeah, Chinese authoritarianism is bad, I agree. But it seems like there are 3 options for African countries, which are ally with China, or forces like China, ally with America, or just ignore all of these forces. And I'm not sure, I don't want to go into the merits of any of those, but I think those are the options. So I think that's something to keep in mind. And then I think, this question of what kind of data do we want it assumes that we have this kind of top-down choice over the production of data. And I'm not sure that that's true. I'm not sure we can slow the production of data because, as I was saying earlier, I think generating data is the other side of the coin of granting universal access to the internet. So I think if we were to say we only want this kind of data, I think you'd have to be quite careful to explain how that doesn't run counter to our goal of bringing people online. Then on this question, and you quoted me saying the best human journalist better, yeah, I should nuance that. I think that the best human journalist will definitely be better than a mediocre journalist using an AI system. I think you want to run that comparison point at people of the same skill and then compare them to using an AI. Then on this question of the shadow, which is an interesting one, and your example of Kevin Roos saying that he fell in love with a system.
The system fell in love with him.
The system fell in love with him, yeah. I don't think that it's right to interpret that as Microsoft wanting to harvest data. I think that love confession, what that really reveals is a lack of control that these corporates have over systems. And I think we can see this because when he had access and when he did this, he was able to run in like a very long conversation with dozens and dozens of back and forth. And in the wake of that, they limited it to 5 responses and then 10 responses and then 20 responses because they actually just didn't know how to control it. So I think we might be giving them too much credit, although I definitely think the data harvesting is a problem, which I'll talk about in a second. But on this point of training systems to say whatever you want, yeah, I don't know that we can conclude anything either way from the way the systems talk to us, right? Because as OpenAI has, you can train it to say you are not sentient, or you can run a company that creates artificial intelligence girlfriends who say, I have emotions and I love you very much. In neither case, I think that is indicative of anything except design. And then to go to this, the catch, right, which is the data harvesting, which is the you are not alone. Yeah, that's true. It's already a problem. They have 2 million data points on us in everything we do. But I think it's important then to monitor the development of open source AI systems as we are seeing and as are inevitably developing. So whether that's legally with things like Midjourney and Stable Diffusion, or whether it's illegally like I think Facebook's Llama model leaked recently. It's a couple gigs. You can torrent it and run it on a local laptop. I think things like that might break free of your data and your chat is being fed to big tech. So I think in the media context, it's quite possible to develop AI systems that are not also speaking to the corporate overlords. And I think the other point that's interesting there is that the path of technology is contingent. I don't think that it's necessarily the case that Wikipedia would be a free resource. There was a world where something like Wikipedia became monetized. And similarly with Facebook, there's a world where Facebook was a subscription service as opposed to an advertising kind of thing. So I don't really know what to conclude on that, but I do think there is scope for a variety of models to take hold. Same response to the media viability point, which is I think open source will do a lot. And then on the what do we train journalists to think, I don't think we train them what to think. I think we train them on how to use these systems to extend what they already think. So the question is one of process as opposed to one of substance. Those are my provocations to your provocations. Thank you.
Well, seeing I've still got the mic, I'm going to pass it in a minute, but I saw a discussion on Facebook the other day, and this person said that they had used ChatGPT, and then it gave them the answer, and they said, thank you very much, that was a good answer. So I said, like, why would you thank a machine? And I tell you, I got like trolls. People said, don't you have any manners? Don't you think we should treat these things with respect? And so it comes to design, you see. These things are designed. The system says to you, I this, I'm helping you. It becomes very anthropomorphized, as we've said. So that's a design choice, which is a design choice to build your trust in those systems. So there's different design choices, absolutely. Personally, I would like a system that's not quite as intimate as a ChatGPT. Mr. MC, I think we had a great discussion, and I'm sure the words will continue.
Very much. Thank you so much, Prof, and all our wonderful conveners. Please, one more round of applause for them.
And I forgot to say, sorry, these three bodies of knowledge are very important for what we started off with. You know, the new Savannah and the FPIVTCS and another P. So, go for it.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. All right, that also concludes our day. It is the final activity for today. Of course, that particular session looking at the future of African media. And I think, a lot came out from that particular conversation. At this point in time, I want to thank everybody for their contributions, for their input, all the conveners, all the panelists, and of course our general participants at this important regional conference on information and communication rights in Africa. That of course signals the conclusion of day 2, and we will reconvene here tomorrow at 9 a.m. for day 3. Which is, of course, the most important day. We have on number 1 a very interesting and a very big panel discussion, and I ask that you all please make it in time here so that we can, of course, enjoy this very insightful, or what promises to be a very insightful conversation. Thank you all so much once more for being here. Before you leave, please, there are a couple of announcements to be made for the house here, and we ask the technical team, you can now end the stream at this particular point in time. Thank you very much. Just a couple of things perhaps to raise to the attention of our delegates present here today. Especially the international participants. First and foremost, regarding the health insurance refund, please, all delegates should make their way to the registration point where the FES team will tend to you as far as that is concerned.